Start the stream. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm gonna pull up what we worked on yesterday, and then we will go from there. Yeah.
Actually, just listening
Yeah. Do your thing. And then, so it looks like James might be the only one typing today. I don't know if Javier is gonna be popping in, and Uncle Jimmy hasn't unmuted at all yet. So looks like he's not trying to interact or get involved. All right. I wonder if, never mind. I'll think about that later, because I do want to make sure like the people who participate aren't just like watching. I mean, if you're just gonna sit there and watch, I mean, Tiffany, you participate every single day, but for people who just like want to come and watch, there's so much better material out there. There's so many better tutorials and content to, like, if you're not gonna get involved, it just doesn't really make sense. I could just send resources to people that are like way better resources than watching people type like H1s. And like, if you really want to learn HTML, there's so many good content. There's so much good content out there, man. It's like there's so much good stuff out there. But you know, you've been in these meetings, so you know how like getting your hands dirty,
yes.
being encouraged to type the code and actually get involved. Like, that's where the real learning happens too. You know.
That was actually fun yesterday when I worked with Angel yesterday on the project, the nonprofit navigator. That was actually a good time to actually work with someone, and we was like both talking about the code, so that was really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay, excuse the echo if there is one, but it's also good, guys, to do it because when you make a mistake, and there's really no mistake,
No.
but when you do
Mistakes are
something
good.
that's not, and when you do something and it's not correct, you get immediate feedback.
Yes.
But with doing a video, you don't get immediate feedback. I
Nah.
mean, fine, you made an error when it doesn't work, you try to search to get it back. And Jimmy is not always going to sit there and tell you, oh, you got to do it this way. You do it, but if you don't do it correctly, you have an opportunity to correct it right away. And that's one of the best ways to learn.
Oh yeah. There's nothing beats actually getting your hands dirty for real. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen so everyone can see my screen. And oh, hold on just 1 second. Just going to post this here. All right. Cool. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen with everybody here. Feel free to take a peek. I'm going to show everybody what we have been working on lately. So let's just go to meetup.com. I'm going to, oh, still got to pay that. I'm going to show y'all the code base. So we have, actually this is some C stuff there. Let me navigate to the Bootcamp directory. I'm going to go to HTML, CSS components. We have this meetup clone that we're building. And there we go. So this is what we're working on right now. I'm going to pull it up in the browser so everybody could see it. I pull it up on this side here. I'm just going to slide over the index.html into here. And you can see, if you compare our feature to the actual Meetup app feature, you can see this is ours right here. We're just replicating this Meetup app navigation bar. And then if you compare it to the Meetup app, you can see it's very, very close. We're getting there. We did add some functionality yesterday in the introduction to JavaScript class. But right now, I think there's just a couple things that really stand out to me as far as what we need to do to make this better. We have these rounded edges, so that's where we left off yesterday. We do have if you don't enter anything in here, so let's just say we inspect and you don't enter anything in these inputs, and then you click it, you should get, actually we were messing around with it before we left. Right now we just have confetti, which I don't like. We need something to celebrate before we get confetti. But yeah, so let's see. There's one thing that I know that we have to fix, and that is, like, if I click on this input here, you can see that it highlights. So it highlights is green, and not the whole thing highlights either. Just the top, the side, and the bottom highlights. The right border isn't highlighted. But then if I go to this one and I click, same thing. The right border is not highlighted here. And this is where the top, left, and bottom. So it looks like regardless of these inputs, if you click, it's the top, the left, and the bottom that are highlighted, but not the right side. Also, one thing that needs to change is if you zoom in close enough here, you can see that there's still a gray border right here in between the button and the input, whereas if you zoom in, there is no border. So we'll have to cut the right side border out here. And then we'll have to cut the right side border off here. And then we'll have to add, as far as like adding the hover stuff so that the green style stays, we will add that during the introduction to JavaScript. But right now, we just need to, it looks like we need to curl these borders. So we need to round these borders. And then let me ask everybody here, what do y'all think we need to do? Looking at our feature compared to the real Meetup feature, what's different right now? What other changes do we need to make? I can see one that I didn't mention, but what do you guys think?
So I was looking at how the little magnifying glass on the red part is a little bit brighter. I guess you call it the thickness.
Yep.
So it's a little bit brighter, but with we're trying to actually make it exactly like the original, right? The original Meetup.
Yes.
So, which I think is a little bit bad because you do have it a little bit brighter on what we have created so far, and then on the original Meetup, I see that it's a little bit thin. The outline is a little bit thinner.
The magnifying glass outline is a little bit thinner.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. We were gonna find a thinner magnifying glass, but the Font Awesome website wanted us to pay for like the other designs, so we decided we were just gonna stick with the thicker magnifying glass.
Oh, okay.
What else do you see?
But you also, well, you know what? Actually, you look at the magnifying glass next to the search events. Magnifying glass needs to become over just a little bit because it's real close to that line.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be like really close to a little bit halfway next to search events because the magnifying glass is real close to the line.
Yep.
So if you look at ours, the one that we have created so far, that magnifying glass is really close to that line. So I would like put like margins or just make it center.
Mm-hmm. So that is this input right here, or this SVG right here. This is the magnifying glass. And then it looks like you're saying maybe we should add a little padding to the left.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool, cool. Let me go ahead
Give
and
it a little bit of space. Yeah. Give
let
it
me
a little space.
yep. Let me give you the live share link here so y'all could just hop in and code along a little bit. It looks like we got someone else who's new. Did you introduce yourself? Born and raised in Texas. I don't see a name here. Oh, Richard. Cool. Richard, what's going on? Do you have a mic? I'm crossing.
Yeah.
Cool, cool. I'm like crossing my fingers over here, like, yes. Another person with a mic. This is what we want. This is what we want. Cool, cool. All right, so basically what I just did was I posted the live share link in the chat. This is a plugin created by Microsoft. And when you click this link, you're going to be able to hop into my code editor and code along with me. So feel free to click that link and pop in. It looks like nobody's joined yet, so I'll just wait a couple minutes for you to join. And then, yeah. Richard, how much experience do you have? Have you coded anything yet? Are you brand new?
I've coded very little. Currently trying to work on JavaScript,
Yep.
but I feel like my HTML and CSS isn't there yet. So I just want to, just learn as much as I can.
Yep. Cool. Awesome. Well, you came to the right place. We do have introduction to JavaScript starting at we have introduction to JavaScript starting at 7. So this is this event, the type your first line of code and the data structure algorithms at 9 p.m. is our free events. The other ones are part of the premium membership, but there is a trial so you can like try it out and see if you like it first. But it's cool. You get like hands-on experience. You get to work with the team, and most people who come, they love it. So yeah. It looks like we have one person in here right now, guest user. Anyone else popping in? Is that you, Tiffany?
Yes, I'm trying to hop in.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hey.
This is Javier. I
Hey.
think I'm the one that's guest.
Okay, cool. Welcome. You got your mic working.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. How long have you been coding for?
I am a very beginner. That's part of the reason why I wanted to check this out so I can start to learn and start my journey basically as a developer.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, this is the perfect event right here. So we'll actually get you typing a little bit of code here. So you are in here, Tiffany's in here, and then anyone else who wants to join, feel free to pop in. Otherwise, we'll go ahead. So if you look at our input that we have here, we have our SVG inside of our input, and this is this SVG right here. So how do we add styling to this SVG right here? Does anyone know?
Would it be through the CSS or can you add it there?
CSS. So how do you want to target this element?
We did it already.
That was the other SVG, James. That was this one.
Oh,
Yeah, we're talking about this one over here. So you're saying we could just do we could do the same thing we did with the other SVG to this SVG. Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Yeah, true. With our other SVG, we actually wrapped that in a search button because we needed to style this button red. So if you look at our search button, we have our red color, and then we added 5 pixels of padding to that, which centered our button. With this one, this icon is not wrapped inside of anything. So remember how yesterday, James, you were trying to apply styles directly to the SVG, but you couldn't use like the word color. We had to use fill instead. My question is, are we going to be able to add padding directly to this SVG? Or are we going to have to do something to this SVG?
Now, wouldn't you do with the padding?
So this
The code.
this SVG, we're talking about the SVG on the left side, the black one. The container that that's in is the search events container. So that container is literally everything in between this border. So that includes this input and this icon. So if you add padding to this div, then you're going to add padding not only to the magnifying glass, but you're also going to add padding to
But could the SVG and the input inside another container so that they would be separate from the container that you want to put the head in?
you could do that as well. So there's a few different ways to do this. Let me ask you this though. If we add a left padding to this div, is that a bad thing? I highlighted the div. So we have the search events div. Does someone want to go ahead and add like 5 pixels of padding to the left of that search events div? I think it's right here.
That's always a good way to find out something.
Try it out. Try it out.
You want to add padding to it, right? Oh, somebody.
Yeah, Richard's doing it. Cool. So let's try this out. All right. So there we go. It is adding padding to everything in this input right here. So we only want it applied to the left. We only want it applied to the left of the magnifying glass. So what command is that? Instead of padding, how would we focus just on the left?
Adding left.
There you go. Boom. All right. Can I just add a... I want to add something. Just that. All right, cool. So that looks a little bit better. Does it look just like the Meetup app? Almost there.
Maybe another 5 minutes.
Yeah. Do your thing. So maybe 10 pixels instead of the 5? Yeah. Feel free to add that, Richard or Tiffany, James. Who do we have in here now?
Richard.
Okay, cool. Cool. So that looks good right there. And then comparing it up against the one in Meetup, it does look like... So we want to change the color of this, and we do want to shrink it a little bit. So how do we change the size of an SVG? We know that when we try to apply the color selector to this SVG, it didn't work. You can't change the color with the color SVG. We had to use the fill. And so to change the size of this SVG, how do we do that? Hey, you're getting the hang of this, James. I want to race you guys too. I want to, you know what? I haven't used Stack Overflow in so long. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look for the answers on Stack Overflow as you guys are doing your own searches.
I think I found it.
And whoever finds it first. Get a little...
Oh, the SVG is like mostly like a graphic that somebody had drew, right? And it's a vector graphic.
Yes, exactly. Yep. And the place that we got these is Font Awesome. So if you check out the icons, we specifically went for the magnifying glass. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to the documentation and just look at this, because that's always what I do. So when I look at the SVG, the first thing that I see is a height and a width attributes. So I'm like, okay, that's probably height. Now, it comes in a default size, but let me go ahead and switch it to like 2XL. so it becomes bigger. And okay, so the height and the size actually changed here. So it looks like these are gonna be the attributes that change the size. What did you find, Tiffany?
I had went to Google and I just put how to scale SVG and then a whole bunch of articles came up, but I know you mentioned about Stack Overflow, so
Yes. Yeah. So I think this event is perfect for learning Google, learning Stack Overflow, learning ChatGPT. Everybody should have ChatGPT. Now, when I'm doing some research, I always use ChatGPT first. I never use it for code though. Like I'm never asking it to show me how to write code. I'm usually more asking it for like concepts for the most part. But it would have definitely given me the answer for this one here. So I usually go to ChatGPT or Stack Overflow. Google is hit or miss really, but I would say stick with ChatGPT first. If you can't find it there, learn how to word your questions in Stack Overflow, and then Google it. I feel like Stack Overflow and Google are kind of like preference, whatever you want to use, go ahead and use that. But all three tools are really great to learn. ChatGPT has been so powerful for me lately that I always go to that first now, and if it doesn't work, then I try something else. So what did it say?
it says something about using a SVG tag.
Uh-huh.
It said how to change. So I went to the
Mm-hmm.
CSStricks.com
Oh, that's a good
and
one.
it says scale SVG.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says something about ViewBox. You can use ViewBox.
Viewbox.
Yes.
Is that an attribute?
Yes, it says something about when it has a ViewBox.
Can you post it in the chat just so I can see what it says?
Yes, let me.
All right, let's check this out. How to scale SVG. All right, so SVG dot banner. So you could add a class to it. SVG is not just an image. It's not. It's okay. Yeah, so I think as you scale it, if you scale the height, it's gonna scale the width with the height, unless you specify the width. But let's see. Yeah, this is a lot. Let's go to. Let me just pull up ChatGPT real quick so I could give you, give you an example and just say, how do I change the size of an SVG? Let's see what it says. To change the size of an SVG, editing the SVG code directly. So that's what I'm seeing. If you look at the code, I saw the height attribute. It looks like there is no width attribute, but we do have a view box, which is what you mentioned. So look for the width and height attributes in the SVG tag at the beginning of the file. You could go ahead and modify those using rem or pixels. Use a vector graphic editor, so that's outside of the code. Using CSS, you could go ahead and just target the SVG, and then using HTML attributes. When embedding SVG directly into HTML, you could set the width and height attributes directly on the SVG. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like using width and height was mentioned twice. I would go with that just for simplicity. And then I would use CSS too, depending on the project I was working on for sure. Because if that was, yeah, because you kind of wanted to keep all your styling, but if the only styling that was necessary for this SVG was like height and width, and there's already a height attribute on the SVG, I would just keep it there, you know? So if you want to go ahead and feel free to modify the height of the top SVG, and we'll see if that makes a good difference here.
Okay. What would the height be? I mean,
Try out a couple ones.
you just leave it at EM.
Yeah, yeah. 5 is gonna be huge.
Oh.
Yeah.
We could do 1.5.
Well, it was already at 1, so you're making it bigger. You want to make it smaller.
Okay, 1 point. Oh, you want to make it smaller?
Yeah.
We could do 0.25.
Let's try that out. Let's look at Meetup. All right, so now it's a little too small.
A little bit too small.
Yeah, if you look at them.
The 1 point.
You want to
That's a little bit.
Yeah, you want to keep it under 1 because it started at 1 and we were trying to shrink it. So I'd say like 0.8 or 0.9. Probably 0.9.
0.9. Okay, let's try that.
Something like that. All right, let's see. Yeah, that looks good. I mean, it's a little thicker than the one over here, but it's about the same size.
Wait a minute. Is there a color in this?
Yes. Good question. We actually did it. We actually did it yesterday.
You can make the color gray, right?
Yes. Do you remember how to do it?
I don't know, with the fill.
Exactly. You have the color picker, right? You want to do the color picker to find out exactly what gray the Meetup app is using?
Actually, yeah, I could bring it back, whatever, but it would take a while. Let's just make it gray.
All right, that works.
Light gray.
That works.
Let's choose light.
Go ahead and change
By
the.
the time I do it,
Yeah, you're good.
Would that be right here?
Yeah, so this is the other SVG. So just copy that and post it up here in our in the SVG we're trying to change.
Oh, fill here.
Mhm.
Copy.
Yep.
And right next to here.
Yeah. Yeah, wherever you want to do it. Uh-huh.
And then make it gray, right?
light gray. Say light gray.
Light gray.
That works.
No, dash gray. Light dash.
Dash gray.
I think I think the words might actually be together though. Yeah, try to put the words together. Get rid of the dash. I think it's GRA. Isn't it? Yeah, there we go. That's a little too light though. Try making it just gray.
It's gray.
Yeah, not light gray.
Okay, okay.
There we go. All right.
Now that's a little bit better.
That looks yeah, that's pretty on point. Yeah.
Not perfect. And we're just really trying to learn how to change things.
Yep. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I mean, this is looking almost identical now. The Meetup logo is a little big, I think. It's a little big. So we could shrink this down just a tiny bit, and then we need to round these corners. And that's pretty good.
Okay. So to round the corners, we will use a radius. Do you have this project on GitHub or no?
No, not yet. I should post it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to mention that if you could put the code in GitHub, we could play around with stuff. Where we
Yeah, it's just a...
design.
Yeah, for sure.
Just wanted to take a look at how you guys did it.
Yeah, for sure. Let me just, all right, so 2 things we'll do before this event ends. One of them is we will round the corners. That's border radius, but the border radius will apply to all of the corners. So you want to apply the border radius to only the top right and the bottom right. So does someone want to go ahead and do a quick search on that? I'm gonna go ahead and just change the.
Can create a class for the whole box itself, right?
Yeah, but we already have the search button right here, so you could just add the styles right here.
The search button. Oh, it's just one button.
Yeah, the only time you would want to create a class specifically for like the right side of an element having rounded corners is if you were applying that styles to more than one element. Then you wouldn't want to like repeat it in elements. You just do like a right side, right side rounded class and apply it to the elements you want to apply it to, kind of thing. But since you're only applying it to one element right now, you're totally cool just applying it to the search button here. Yeah. And then we'll search button is a class. Yes. So if we look at our button here, we have our search button class. Yes. Yeah, we have the styles right here for that. We actually don't need color here anymore because we only use that for the text. And then, oops. Put height and width together. Border radius.
Would the 0 be top, right? And then the 20 would be bottom?
Yeah, but well, if so for like for the border, like if you're adding a border top, then yes, the first element would be the first one. Like this would be top, this would be right, this would be bottom, this would be left. If you're talking about the border, but here we're talking about the border radius, so I believe it's a different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So check that out. Let's see. How do I add a border radius to only one corner? Oh, I gotta confirm that I'm a human. Come on, who's gonna find the answer first? Yeah, if you ask ChatGPT, you should get the answer before me. Style, object position, -200, ID, this given problem.
Oh, you would specify each corner.
Border left, border top, border right. Is that what you found?
Yes, I found the, let me see, W3 schools. Put that in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait a minute, if you just type border radius colon, it should give you all the options for border radius, and then you can see that it's like that those are attributes, right?
If I type in border RA, you could see.
Well, no, border radius period, right? And then you can see border radius. Just type border radius colon. Now go back one space. Now just put in a colon. Now it should tell you all of the things that border radius.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see a left, right, whatever?
No, but if you do this, let's just say we do like border RA, you can see. Let's do R.
Top left radius, border, bottom left. Yeah, that's it.
Top left radius, top right radius, bottom left, bottom right.
Wow. Okay. I didn't know you could actually do that.
Yeah, you just start typing.
For all your styles, type it
The selector. This right here, all of these right here, these are selectors.
No, the thing itself, like adding height with those are elements.
Those are selectors.
Selected.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because you're selecting the style you want to add, basically. So does someone want to go ahead and feel free to add the border top right, border bottom right?
And you can
Top
just
right.
Yep. Yeah. I started doing this right here. I'm going to go ahead and delete the border radius. Oops. So I am looking at the search button. And we need to add, go ahead, just delete the R, type a R, and you should see all the different options. So feel free to give that a shot. We'll wrap up in just a minute. I got a couple people.
Do you want me to type or somebody else will type?
Whoever wants to do it. Got one person trying to come in. Right here. Yep. Do you see the different commands like border top right, border bottom? Yeah. So go ahead, choose the ones.
So it'd be top right, right?
Top right and bottom right, but you could do them separately.
What would we make it for the top right?
You could just throw something out there and we'll check it out. Yeah. Especially when you're figuring out the design, you're trying a lot of things, you know. There are programmers I have watched who they're trying to figure out like how to mock the Google search. Actually, I was working on a project the other day where I was literally recreating the Google search, and if you actually want to figure out how to copy their styles exactly, it takes a lot of trial and error, you know. You just play around. But go ahead and just try like 5 pixels, 10 pixels. You could even do like
Okay.
5%.
That's why I was kind of confused at which.
What measurement we... Yeah. Okay, so let's...
Said border.
There you go. So that looks good. Yes.
You say you're trying to mock Google Keep just inspect the quality style?
You can. You can.
Which one is the next one? Border radius.
Right?
You got top right, and then border. Which one we had? What else we had to edit?
We got border top right radius, and we need border bottom right radius.
Bottom right.
There you go.
Pixels, we'll do the 5 pixels.
Yeah, try 5 pixels. That works. All right. Let's see how this works. Boom. That's looking good. That's looking good. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe a little more. Let's go ahead and just try like 10 might be too much. Let's see. Yeah, 10 is too much. 7 is good probably. Let's try 7. There we go. That looks good. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe a little less. 6. That's cool. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that looks pretty spot on. Actually. We can make the magnifying glass just a little bit smaller though. Let's go ahead and go to this height here. I'm going to do this 0.9 as well. We'll do 0.8. 0.9 is good. Yeah, we could fix that magnifying glass a little bit, but that looks good. I mean, as far as the navigation bar, that looks good. There's only one change that I would make now is I would cut this black border out of it and leave just a gray border on the bottom. And then it's basically done. Oh, one other thing that we need to do is when you hover over the button, it turns into a pointer finger, whereas here it's still the cursor. So that'll communicate to people that you could actually click this, and then we'll start working on the right side navigation. Yeah. Cool. But that looks good. That looks almost identical. There's a couple more changes we need to make, and then we're good to go. Tonight for the data structure, for the introduction to JavaScript, we'll continue adding functionality to this thing. So they kind of like messed around with the code yesterday. Yeah, they started like playing around right before you were there, right, Tiffany?
Yes, I think so. And then I went to the bootcamp. So what the introduction to JavaScript? That's a 6, right?
6 for you, yeah.
Yes, 6. Okay, I'll be in.
Yep.
Yeah, that code in
The what?
the code for the introduction to JavaScript.
No, this is the same code here. They're in the same file.
No, but I'm saying, is that code anywhere?
No, not yet at least. But I do want everyone, when we're done working on the component, I want everyone to get the code. At least the people who worked on it to get the code, because then they could use it for their portfolio or just show it off or something, you know. I'll create a GitHub repo though. I'll let you know.
Sounds good.
All right. Cool. All right. So for those who are brand new, it looks like I think it was Richard and Javier. Was it?
Yep.
Cool. Do y'all have any questions before we hop over to the next channel?
I just have one question. On that border radius, is that the efficient way to do it, or would it be using the other values?
Other values?
Yeah, like doing like border radius, like let's say like 0 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 0 pixels.
She did try that. You're saying using the shorthand instead of the like more specific ones?
Yeah. Why is it that didn't work?
That's a good question. I didn't really look too much into it. It should though, right?
Yeah, it should. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I personally would use the shorthand if there is a shorthand, just from experience. But I'm never like, I don't really like fight the participants. I just let people explore and figure things out on their own, you know? Yeah. I don't even like, you'll see the more events you come to, I don't even like giving answers. Like I want people doing searching. I want people typing code. I want people actually like, when I first started back in 2017, I got stuck in tutorials for a while too. So I'm like, that's the last thing I want for to happen to people. You know, I want people actually like typing stuff out. But that's a good question. If you want to go ahead and explore why it didn't work, my guess is there was something wrong with the measurement selectors. I think I saw commas actually. I think I saw commas, and I don't think you're supposed to use commas because, yeah. So let's go ahead and do border radius.
One comment. It's good to know all the ways to do it, but frankly, when you do it this way, I think it's better because it's clearer to the next person who goes to look at the code. One of the biggest problems you're going to find, and you could always ask your boss, is documentation. You do something, the next person has to modify it. When the next person just sees the commas, they're not going to know what it's doing, but when you use the whole explanation, they know exactly what's happening. You're changing the order to go by.
Yeah. It's as far as like readability goes, it's definitely much easier, but it's a little bit more work as well. This the border radius, this does work. So, like I went ahead and I just pulled it up and typed in the code, and it's still working. It's working with the shorthand. I believe that whoever typed it before just put commas in between, and that messed it up. So let's see if it works. Yeah, so now it's not working. It was the commas. You should have seen the other day, though. The other day we were styling a different project, and we'll keep it the way that Tiffany did it. But we were styling a different project, and someone asked the same thing, similar to what you just said. They were like, "Is this the right way to do things?" I'm like, I started just laughing. I'm like, absolutely not. I'm like, no, because we were adding styles to HTML elements, and everybody was adding IDs instead of using classes. And they're like, should we be using IDs for everything? I'm like, absolutely not. I'm like, no. I'm like, no. But this is going to give everyone an opportunity to get really frustrated really soon. And I think more learning happens in that frustration when people are like, it's so hard to style this thing now. What the heck is wrong? And that could be like, good question. What's wrong? Let's figure this out. And then they learn firsthand experience the painful way why they don't use IDs. You know? No, I never use IDs for styling, ever. I only use IDs for JavaScript. Yeah. It was funny though. I was laughing. It made me laugh hard. All right, so we are going to be hopping down to build a portfolio. I know James is coming. I know Tiffany is coming. Richard and Javier, feel free to try out the 7-day free trial for all the premium stuff. I don't know if you guys would be interested in that, but basically build a portfolio. I have designs that I used in Figma, so I don't know if you guys have portfolios. But that's an event where instead of everybody hopping into my code editor, you're actually going to have to start getting familiar with Visual Studio Code. You're going to have to start getting familiar with GitHub. You're going to be cloning the repo that I have that has the design. It actually only has one design right now because I only started this whole like Bootcamp thing a couple weeks ago, but I'm adding more designs to it. So you'll be able to clone the repo and just choose whatever design you want and basically start replicating it. And if you run into any obstacles, I'm kind of just here to help you out or ask you the right questions to kind of like lead you in the right direction.
So the portfolio is really more like intermediary, you would say?
I wouldn't say. You mean like intermediate, like more challenging than this one? Yes, because in this one, we're working as a group and everybody's kind of like whoever wants to do the coding kind of just like takes the initiative and does the coding and you're working in a group. The build a portfolio, you're more working independently and just if you run into obstacles, I'm here to help you out. And then also other people are here to help you out if they want to kind of like reinforce what they know. And you're also learning a couple other technologies so like Visual Studio Code and GitHub, which are like super, super important. Obviously Visual Studio Code if you want to code and GitHub if you want to collaborate on a team, but just a couple basic commands with GitHub. So you're going to learn how to clone a repo and just pull it to your local computer. And then in the multi-page websites, we are cloning Boston Dynamics website. That's where there's going to be a little bit more collaboration and you're going to start learning a little bit more skills on GitHub. So you're actually going to be creating, like James chose the products page of Boston Dynamics. I'm working on the contact page. Tiffany's working on the home page. And I think Parker's working on the about page. And so everybody created their own branch. Everybody's working on their own separate branch. When they're done with their page, they're going to merge their branch into the Sprint 1 branch. And then when everyone's done with their pages or whenever we feel like it's ready, we're going to merge the Sprint branch into the main branch. So you start learning about a little bit of feature branching and just more advanced GitHub skills, which is like you need those skills if you want to work on a team or work with other people. So I try to introduce GitHub as early as possible. And then introduction to JavaScript, we're basically just adding like super, super simple JavaScript to the projects that we're working on. So like the meetup navigation. If you look at the code, you can see we have a main.js. That's actually happening in the introduction to JavaScript. We're just building like basic functions, processing input, very small stuff. And then I'm adding an intermediate JavaScript and an advanced JavaScript in the next couple of weeks. Intermediate's going to be more focused on like modules, like building the module system for JavaScript and actually only writing code that's relevant to that functionality within the same file kind of thing. And just more higher level, a little bit more advanced JavaScript stuff like classes and just tougher functions and that sort of thing. And then the advanced JavaScript is going to focus on like MVC architecture, code organization. And so it's just like, this is the easiest event right here. You literally need zero experience, and it's working your way up to advanced JavaScript, basically in preparation to transition over to a framework like Angular or React.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess I'm not sure what I should do next. So I can try to get to introduction to JavaScript. I think that probably would make more sense for me. But are these courses, are these classes? I was a little confused about the structure. So, this class is free, whatever.
Yep.
And then the following ones are the ones that you pay for.
Yeah.
What I'm kind of understanding.
Yeah, the next 4 events are paid. They're premium, but they're all part of the same membership. So if you sign up for that membership, you have access to all of them.
It's very
Okay.
cheap.
Yeah.
$3.
Yeah.
So many schools.
It's cheap. It's cheap for now, James. It's cheap for now.
Good price.
I can't keep it this low forever, bro.
Good price.
All right. Thank you for your help. I'm gonna join the introduction to JavaScript at 7 then.
All right, cool.
But I
See you then.
I think I'm gonna I think I'm gonna sign up anyways, but I'll take the 7 o'clock as well.
Cool. All right, we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, we'll hop over to the Build a Portfolio channel right now, and I know James and Tiffany are gonna start busting that portfolio out, and then yeah, feel free to hop down there. I'll see y'all in a minute. You know what I gotta realize too, though? I gotta realize that, like, I have it scheduled for 4 to 5 kind of thing for introduction to HTML, type your first line of code. But there doesn't have to be these hard transitions exactly at 5, you know? Like, it could be, if we have nothing else to do, or we want to just transition over to the Build a Portfolio, like you and James are there and you guys are just want to work on your portfolio, we don't have to stay in there for another there's no reason to just stay exactly till 5, you know? Like, we could transition early if the portfolio is what people want to work on today.
Yes, that would be something. Because I'm still trying to work on the robotics. I probably won't get a chance to do that until tomorrow and Friday. So I have class at 6. So I'll just be listening in.
Yeah. Copy that. All right, cool. So I guess we're going to be working on the portfolio projects now. So you both have the portfolio project on your local computers, right?
Yes, like mine's. Like you gave me an example of the code for my portfolio. Just gonna start everything from scratch.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You're going to be coding up your own portfolio that you already have, just like
Yeah,
pure
the
a.
code.
Yep. Cool. All right. Cool.
So wait a minute. I want to ask you a question. When I look at the videos on YouTube, I can hear your voice loud and clear, but when other people are talking, they are very low.
Huh.
They are very low. Cause I go on YouTube every day to look at the videos to look over what I missed, especially with the JavaScript. And I know you record the whole hours of every workshop. And when I can hear you loud and clear, but the other people when they are talking, I can barely hear them. They are very low.
Yeah. Let me see. That might be because my headphones are just too loud.
Oh,
Hold on. It must be. Hold on. Go ahead. Keep talking. Tell me about the portfolio project you're working on.
oh, okay. So the portfolio. So what I'm going to do is um, pretty much just do everything by code. I didn't realize that when you are doing portfolio, you pretty much doing everything in ID. Well, it is. so I was looking at the example that you showed me, and everything is pretty much div. So I didn't know that most websites that I look at, or most portfolios, they don't have that. They have other things, but it seems like the divs is a little bit more easier. And
Yes.
so I noticed that when you use the divs, that's usually a easier way for it to be styled in CSS.
Yes, yes. It's gonna be a way easier way for you to actually see the layout before adding content.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so what I actually need a little bit help on is how to see. I'm so used to just making website, which is more like desktop. So I never really got the experience to do a mobile. So I
Okay.
actually want to learn more about that too, about how to do a mobile version, how to make it responsive, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You have your code on your computer, James. If you want to, feel free to go ahead and just start chipping away at the portfolio project that I shared with you yesterday. Go ahead, or you could just hang out with me and Tiffany and watch us as we go through this process. Are you able to share your screen and show your code and what you have so far?
I built
No, not
mine.
really. For me, I'm at work, so I'm gonna get ready to leave in a minute.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then
Okay.
when you have more time and you're able to share your screen, then I'll go through setting up starting mobile, and then
Okay.
adding some. We'll add some media queries too, but we'll get the layout proper for mobile, and
Mhm.
then we'll go ahead and we'll add some media queries so that when you change the size of the screen, the layout actually changes too.
It's pretty
Okay.
simple.
Sounds
It's pretty simple. You just use a media query. You
okay.
stick all your code when you want it smaller under the media query for that. The media query tells you how wide the screen is, and it's like top to bottom. The You do your desktop on the top. Then when you want it to get smaller and you want things to get smaller, you put it on the middle, and then I'm sorry, for the tablet, and then under that you put the mobile. And BY Bring Your Own Desktop has a very good video on, it's a program to do it, and YouTube also has some videos on how to do a responsive website, and you should look at that. It's not hard. The programming that you already know is a lot farther along than that, because you know all the styling. I watch you do styling and everything. You know how to do the styling. It's just saying do the styling a little smaller, or if there's this many articles, this many elements on the page, you might use flex spots and say, well, if it's this, hide this one, hide that one, hide the other one. It's pretty simple. I shouldn't
Okay.
say simple. You're a lot further along than what you need to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm looking for just like a visual example of media queries because when you actually have a visual, it makes it a lot easier to understand. So let me go ahead and just pull up
I could give
this
her
very
code.
quickly.
Excuse me. I could give you code for one that I did already. Tiffany?
Yes, I'm listening. That would be great. If you could
Yeah,
show
I
your
could
screen.
send you. I could send you the code of one I did for bring your own desktop. There's one
Okay.
that he walks you through and shows you how to develop. I've done it a couple of times, and I could give you the code, and then you will see how it's done. And then you shouldn't have any trouble with it after that. And if you do, you could ask me.
Yep.
Sounds good.
So, although they say you're never supposed to give anybody your
Oh,
email, but I'm willing to give you my email so I can send it to you. Or there's maybe kind of the way.
you could actually send it to me on Discord. I could send you a friend request.
Okay, and I'll put it on there.
So let me share my screen really quickly, Tiffany too, and I'll go over just a little something really
Okay.
quick. So
Okay.
the media query is like this. So you would create. So let's just say all of your styles that you start off with are mobile styles, right?
Yes.
Like we're gonna start with mobile, so we're gonna put the viewport in the size of a mobile screen, and all of the styles that you write in the beginning are gonna be purely mobile styles. But then you want, when your screen gets to a certain size, you want to override those mobile styles, or you, not all of them, but you want to override some of the mobile styles with desktop or tablet styles. So basically using something like this, media at media with a min width of 600, we would probably do like 768, like 768 pixels, so that when it gets to the size of a tablet, then you'll add the styles that you want for tablets to be down here, and then you would do another one at like media min width like 1200 or 1400 to when you get to the size of a desktop, apply these styles. So start with mobile, because it's just mobile first is where you really want to go, and then you'll apply these media queries. So at certain screen sizes, the old mobile styles are overwritten by the styles required for tablet or desktops. So, but yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty. Once you start getting your hands dirty, typing code and writing it out, it's all gonna click for you too. Have you ever written any media queries at all?
No, I haven't. Have never done it. It always been like mostly desktop
Okay.
support. So I have never done anything as far as like mobile or make any kind of mobile app or anything like that.
Okay, I just sent you the csstricks.com, a complete guide to CSS media queries. So go ahead, read that as well. That's like super helpful.
Okay.
All the csstricks.com stuff is like really great because they have visuals that go along with it. Like if you're trying to really master Flexbox and Grid, CSS Tricks is where to go. You know.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
CSS tricks. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
I
good.
think you pulled up CSS Tricks earlier, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So good. So good.
Okay. Give me just a few minutes. I'm gonna go switch to mobile really
Yep.
quick.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. And then James, do you have a portfolio yet, man?
Yeah.
You have a can I see your portfolio?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm curious to
How
see
do I
it.
do it? How do I put it on Discord?
You could just post it in the chat.
Post it in. You can post it in the chat.
Yes.
Okay. So what do I do? What do I do?
Come on, James, you've been doing this for 2 years now.
Not Discord. Not Discord. Not Discord. I don't do Discord. Okay. How do I make a chat? Let's
James,
see, I'm on
you were using
Discord.
Discord before me, James. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I don't
I'm just playing.
like that.
I'm just
You
playing.
know, let's see.
I'm just playing, man.
I know, no problem. Let's see. So, oh, the chat is down here. Chat
Yeah.
is down.
Nah, we got every single channel has a separate chat. So if you hover over,
Oh, yeah.
we're in the build a portfolio channel right now. If you hover over that, you got 3 icons: an open chat, a create invite, and an edit channel. Just click on
I
open.
opened the chat right now.
Yeah.
Now I want to put my code in the chat, right? That's what I want to do, right?
Code. You got a website, right?
Yeah, I have a website, but it's not on my website. The code is not on my website.
Oh, got you. Okay, so you just
I'm
have
just
the
doing
code
it.
on in your local repository. You're gonna copy and paste the code. I want to see your portfolio though, like what it looks like in website form.
I could do that. I guess I could just open it. Let's see. Open, open with live server, and then I got it. And then I could, I know what I can do. Okay, I can kind of do this. I can use, what is it? Snippet, right? And I could snip it, a new snippet, and then kind of do this like this. You can't see all of it, but I can give you part of it. Then I save it. Then I copy it. Copy snippet. copy, and then I go to the chat, go back to Discord, go to the chat, and go Control V, and say enter, and it's there. You see it?
Oh, yep. Okay, cool. So you've been working on this one.
Yeah.
All right,
But I
nice.
can't work on the other one because I don't have that open. The GitHub, and I didn't want to mess up anything for anybody else, so I didn't want to play around with it.
Nah, you're good. It's just me and you right now, so we'll focus entirely on the portfolio you have going. Is there any way that you can share your screen and we could just work on your portfolio tonight, since it's just me and you?
Okay, I know how to share it on Zoom, so let me figure out how to. Oh yeah, there's a share thing here too, right? Yeah, share your screen, right? And then go here, build a portfolio, and I say go live,
Yeah, there you go.
and that's it. Okay.
And there you go. Nice.
All right, so let me go where I'm doing it. I want to go to the thing about this. Does it change automatically? Can you see my code now?
No, I still just see Discord. So
Okay.
when you start your sharing your screen, you
Uh-huh.
do share your screen. So you click the button on the bottom left, right?
Right.
So there's going to be a pop-up in the middle, right? It says screen share.
Yeah.
So what you did was you clicked applications, but instead of clicking applications, there's screens and there's captured devices. Probably not captured devices for you. Probably just screens. So click on screens and choose screen 1. And you should be good.
Okay. So let me do that. First, I need to move this over to my other screen. Oh, this can be. What you call me is funny. Visual Studio is funny. Like when you move between screen and screen, you have to wait a while before you can move the screen. And now I lost it, of course. Come on. Getting nervous, that's what it is. I want to move you. Move. Come on.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I haven't moved it. I can't move it yet. I'll get it.
Go ahead and just stop sharing on the bottom left.
Maybe that's what will stop.
Yeah, stop.
Let's see.
Click that. Stop sharing.
Stop. Turn off camera. No.
Nope. Just
Share your screen.
click
The
share
green
your
button.
screen. Stop streaming.
Stop stream. Okay.
Yes, and then click share your screen again.
Okay. First, let me bring up. You want to see my editor, right? So let me open my editor. Make sure I got my editor in the right place.
Yeah, but I want to see your browser too, because I want to see the actual project in your browser as we're working on it.
Okay. Oh.
So if you click on share your screen now, instead of clicking applications, click screens.
Here. Okay. Now, there's a bunch of different things. There's apps. So screens.
Mm-hmm.
Click not capture device. Screens, right?
Screens, yep.
Okay, I clicked on that. And then when I do that, the screen 1 and screen 2. And I guess I would want to do screen 1.
Yeah, whatever one you're working on.
And go live. And then no, that's you. This is Google. I want to close that. Then I want to go to my code. This is my code.
There you go.
And finally, I got to move, and I'm going to open it up. Okay, so now I'm going to open it. I'm going to open it in live server. Can you see it, right?
There you go. Nice, nice.
Okay.
So
what do you want me to do?
Do a right click.
On the screen. Okay.
Inspect.
Inspect.
And okay, so now you have it in mobile view. Go ahead, go to you see where it says dimensions 242 426.
It's
Just
hard for me to see. My eyesight is not that good.
just on the left.
Um,
Yeah. Hold on. All right. Keep your cursor right there, but move your cursor down like a centimeter. Yeah. Go back.
you're going. You're fading your voice.
Oh, go down just a little bit. Right there.
Okay.
Mobile S320. Click that.
Mobile.
Click. No. Yeah, right there.
What?
There you go. All right, so scroll up.
Come on.
No. Don't widen it.
Oh, you gotta go like this.
Yeah. You could just use. You got a scroll bar on your mouse. Yeah, there you go. So scroll all the way up. All right, cool. So you have that project right there. Now, if I go to GitHub and I just want to see the design that we have. So let's go ahead and pull up. Let's get this thing done, man. Let's work on this thing. So you got James Hunter. James Hunter right now is pushed to the left. But before we do anything, if you look at the design, you see on the left side and the right side, there's a margin.
Well, let me make it bigger.
Yeah, check out the design.
I'm in the design on the design, but I can't make it big. That design PNG.
Yeah, I don't see it on your screen. Is that on your other screen?
Because I'm in another screen.
Okay.
You see? You can see it.
Oh, yeah. You
Now,
should be
before
able.
I made it bigger, I don't know what I did. There's a way to make it. I think I just clicked on it before, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, there is a magnifying glass. Hold down Control
Control.
and
Oh,
zoom.
that's mine.
There you go.
All.
You got it.
Okay, but it's not getting bigger. Oh,
Click.
why is it doing-
Just click your mouse over it.
Okay, I am.
Oh.
I'm clicking my mouse, but it's not doing it. Maybe Control plus? No, Control minus.
No, you should be able to go to a different file and then go back to this one and close this one.
Now go back.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so if you look on the left side and the right side, you see how there's like a space? There's like space on the left and space on the right.
Yeah, so that would be compute, but space all around. Let's look at my code. Index. I'm using an H1, I'm using a div, right? I could name this div with the class, and then if I use that div with the class, I could use like flexbox and say space all around.
Nah, you don't even have to do that. Check this out. So hold on. You have right now your H1 wrapped inside of a div, and you don't even need that, honestly. Go ahead and get rid of the div that's wrapping up your name and the power builder thing. Yeah, you don't need that. And then same thing with the div underneath. And then scroll down a little bit. I want to see the about. All right. And the heading div, what is that? What does that wrap up?
That's so that I could. What did I want to do? Let me look at my style. So I could do the background color, the maximum height, the display flex, and justify content space all around should make space all around, or maybe it's got to be text align, justify, center.
Nah, you don't even need flex either. Go ahead, get rid of display flex, justify content, and max height. Get rid of those three.
Get rid of all that. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, go ahead and just get rid of the heading div and take the background color and put it in the body. Yeah, just post the background color black in the body. No, just background color, because you already got the body. Yep.
Oh,
There you go.
black.
Cool.
Fine. Save. Save all. Save. Okay.
Yep.
Then
And you got an error right now, so just get rid of that last curly brace on line 9. Yep. And a dot.
okay.
There's a dot, yeah, right there. Yep. All right. You could just do if you click Control S, that'll save automatically for you.
No, not on here. That's on what you call. That's on a Mac.
No, that's on Windows too. I got Windows.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. See, it's saved.
Okay, hold on, let me see.
It's saved.
Hold on a minute. Give me a sec. Fine. Set Control F. Oh, cool.
Yeah. So look. You know how you know if it's saved or unsaved? Look at the tab that you're on. You see the hashtag
Right.
style CSSU?
Right.
So go ahead and just type something. See how that circle just popped up? The black circle on the right?
Thank you.
That means it's unsaved. Now press Control S.
Control S.
See, it's gone.
Okay, so now Control Open Serve. What's the shortcut tab for that?
You already have your server open, so go back to the browser and let's check out what it looks like now.
Okay, so browse.
Yep.
Oh, it's on this. Now it's on here. This is a different one. I suppose this one. Yeah, this will be easier if I do this. Where's the index? Open on the flash.
There you go. So
So this is because this is not. Let's do this. Inspect.
yeah, inspect.
Inspect.
There you go. And so now it looks like you got a little bit. Go back to your code really quickly and just do the universal selector. So I want to apply a style to your whole thing just to like reset it. So go to your CSS. At the way top of your CSS above the body.
Oh, the star thing.
Yeah, star. So that's going to select every single element in the whole page. Do the star. Curly braces. And do margin 0, padding 0.
Do I need pixel?
Nope, just 0. And then also do border box. Or do box sizing, border box. My bad. There we go. Box sizing.
happened? I lost it out there.
There you go.
Um,
Dash.
yeah.
There you go. You could just press enter. You don't have to click it either. Yeah, border box. There you go. Cool. And then just do
No.
Control S. Control S.
That's,
All right. And then just click on Google Chrome. You don't have to reopen it. It's already open in Google Chrome. There you go. Yeah. So see how everything's pushed up against the edge now? All right.
yeah.
So what you want to do is you want to add a, if you look at the design, you'll see like a margin on the left and the right all the way down. So you want to add like a 10 pixel margin to the left and the right on the body. So go to the body selector and do margin. Yeah, it's right there. You could close one of those. And just make that bigger. Press the square at the top right next to the X just to make it bigger.
I see what's give me a sec. It's the way the computer's
Just make this screen bigger. Go to the square at the top right. Right on the left of the X. Instead of exiting out. Yeah, there you go. That's better too.
And what do you want me to do in the body? A margin, right?
A margin, yeah. So set margin to...
Margin right?
No, just margin.
Just margin?
Yep.
Period?
Margin, and set it to 0.
0.
Space.
Space.
10 pixels. Maybe it'll probably be bigger, but let's check that out. Go ahead, Control S, and then go back to your page and check it out.
Oh, good. I don't know why, but I'm not gonna worry about it.
You could just click on up top. Yeah, right there. There we go. Yeah, that's a little thin. Go ahead and add like 30. Change it to 30 on the margin. Yeah. Back in the styles.css. Yeah, change that 10 to a 30. That should be good. All right, Control S and then go back to your portfolio. Let's check this out. Should be good now. Boom. All right, cool. That looks good.
Now, the only thing is we need to put this in the middle.
Yeah.
And I don't like this. It's too... Yeah, I guess on... Yeah, this is what you call... So this is the mobile. So if I wanted to do this, I would want to center for Builder Programmer Analyst.
Yeah, so your name and Power Builder Programmer Analyst is going to be centered. So since James Hunter and Power Builder Programmer Analyst is going to be centered, then you want to actually wrap those two in a div so that you don't have to style them separately. So when you had that div, you were actually perfectly right. Though you want to add a couple elements to it. So go ahead and back to your code.
Hold on, what? I want to switch screen because it's hard for... This is on a television screen that's like 40 feet away from me. So I want to put it on my other screen. And I'm going to move the screens, switch the screens. I may have to switch you too. Close this. this so I know everything is closed over here. I'm gonna move this over here too. Remove it. It always takes time to move.
Yep, you're good.
Now I'm over here, I can see better. Okay. But now I have to go to Discord and let you see this. Can you see that? You can't. Can you see my screens now?
I just see a desktop now.
You see my. Okay, when you see my desktop, do you see a blue screen? All
Yeah,
blue?
yeah, I see blue.
No, that's not what I want you to see. So I'm going to stop sharing. I'm learning how to use this a little better. I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to share again. And this time I want you to see this screen. I think this screen. And say go live. Now you see this, right? And now you see my code?
No,
What do you see?
I see Discord.
You see Discord?
Yes.
Why do you see Discord? Okay, so I need to go here again. I gotta go to Discord. Stop sharing. Okay, now share your screen. Now, you saw Discord. I want you to see. Yeah, but I want you to see. Oh, how do you do this? Oh, screens. I have to do screens. And then
Yes.
screen one. And then go live. I'm learning. Okay, now you see it, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now I can get rid of this. I can go to my code editor. And you see my code editor now, right?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, now we want to go to index.
HTML.
And we want to put this thing in a div. I didn't get rid of that div.
Yeah, you did.
No, it's there. I see it. Div class heading div.
You could go ahead and delete that one. You don't need that one because we're gonna create a bunch of individual divs for sections. And then if you scroll all the way bottom, you'll get rid of the closing div too.
Didn't I?
There's probably just a closing div hanging down there.
This one?
The last one.
Very last one.
Yeah.
Delete that. Okay.
Cool. All right, so wrap up James and Power Builder Programmer in a div, and just do div dot.
I'm making a class.
Yeah, type div.
What's the class name?
It's gonna be intro.
Intro.
There you go. Cool.
You do that, right?
Yeah, I normally just do div dot. It works. So go ahead and place there you go. And then all right, so you have the H1, you have the H2, and then do I guess H3 would be good. Underneath Power Builder, do an H3. And type like this is where you place just a little basic information about yourself. You don't have to fill it in right now, or you could fill it in.
No, but I have that down here. I have that in the P tag, right? Let's say file.
You don't want that much though. You want to sum it up in one sentence. Like literally, this is just one sentence. One sentence that sums up all of your experience. Like, what do you do?
I'm a Power Builder programmer. That's all of my experience. I had one job for 27 years.
All right, so what did you actually do there in one sentence? To someone, if you were communicating to someone who knows nothing about programming, what would you say? If they were like, okay, well, James, you were a Power Builder programmer, but what did you actually do?
No, I'm sorry. I did too many different things.
I know, but you got to sum it up, man. You got to speak in plain terms to whoever's reading this.
Okay. All talking to you. So let's try to figure it out. I'm a programmer analyst with the city of New York, right? I'm in charge of their computer reports. I'm the liaison between Chase Manhattan Bank and HPD. I'm in charge of a classroom that I built for HPD. I meet with all of the managers in HPD when we have a new division built.
What's
When
HPD?
we put things, housing, New York City Housing Preservation and Development.
Okay.
But when we put things out in the different boroughs, I go out to the different boroughs and I write floor plans. When we order equipment like $1 million jukebox, I order the $1 million jukebox. When we have new software that we're going to introduce to the people in HPD, I'm the one who goes to the classes to evaluate the classes. How do I sum that up?
So I would say a computer programmer who performs planning and logistics for the city of New York.
That's not really true, but I could put it.
That sounds like what you're saying. You're talking about a lot of planning and logistics type work, but you're also a computer like you want to communicate that you're a computer programmer because that's what this portfolio is for. So I'm a computer programmer. Yeah, who
That
did
sounds good. Thank you.
logistics and planning for the city of New York. That's literally what you just told me.
Planning and logistics for HPD.
But nobody knows what HPD is.
Okay.
You want to say it in a way that people don't even have to ask any questions. Like, oh, okay, cool. That sounds interesting. Yeah, do like because you want it to be computer programmer too. So I would say something like computer programmer responsible for planning and logistics for the city of New York. Like that sounds clean. And I'd be like, damn, all right, that sounds. I'm like, damn, all right, James, doing big things.
You put it program.
Programmer responsible for planning and logistics. Cause responsible is a good word. Planning and logistics for the city.
Small.
Yeah, make those small. Yep. For the city. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then do computer programmer because that's actually like what you're trying to get into, right? Like you want people to know you're programming computers.
Right
Like
there.
that's yeah. Computer programmer because nobody would really know what a programmer is unless you say computer. Then they're like, oh, okay. All right, cool. And then yeah, save that. And we'll do one more thing since we got a couple more minutes. So underneath that H3, go ahead and add another div with a class of social. No. Within that div, but just under the H3. You want it all inside the intro. It'll be easier to style. All right, and then you're just gonna put two social media icons. One of them is gonna be GitHub. One of them is gonna be LinkedIn, and you'll be good to go. So for now, you could just do like two paragraphs, and put inside one of the paragraphs put GitHub, inside the other paragraph put LinkedIn, just as placeholders for now. So GitHub.
I'll find the icon.
Yeah, you could
I
get
know what
them
it's going to give. GitHub and what?
in LinkedIn. Those are like
LinkedIn.
code and business.
Okay, I'll find those.
All right, cool. Do Control S. And now let's see what it looks like so far. Oh, the text is black. So
Oh yeah.
go to your styles and take that color white out of the H2 and just put it in body. That way it applies to every text element on the page.
Just do it for copy.
Yep. White. Cool. All right, let's check it out.
Control S. I was saved already. I just gotta hit.
Boom. There you go. All right, cool. It definitely needs a lot more styling and all that stuff, but we'll get to it. We'll start off where we left
I'll
off
work
tomorrow.
on it.
Cool.
I'll work on it.
Awesome. All right, cool.
Thank you so much for your help.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's nice just being me and you, because then I don't have to like think about anyone else either.
Yeah. Well, you're pretty soon you're gonna be so busy, you won't be able to do that. But you could get like sub teachers.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna come to eventually.
And then even stuff like I didn't want to say anything in front of the class, but like somebody like Tiffany, I didn't think you mind me telling her she wants to learn media queries and whatever.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
I paid for something called Bring Your Own Laptop, and he does a whole thing on a series of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript websites where he goes across like most of the styling tips, all of the things that you showed me, he showed me, but I'm older, I forget. And then like the media queries, he does a whole thing where you build a responsive website. The only thing is he does it from desktop to mobile instead of mobile to desktop, but all she would have to do is switch the media query.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I could like give her the code so she could look at it, and then I wouldn't mind like walking her through things, but she would understand it as soon as she saw the code. But that might not be the best way for her to learn, and you might not want her to learn that way. Just
Oh no, I never hold anyone back from different styles of learning. If you want to send any tutorials her way, definitely send the tutorials her way. I just think tutorials suck. I think that she's gonna learn way more if she just types the code herself. I know way too many people who get stuck in tutorial hell, watch these videos, and they never really learn anything. They still don't know how to do it. So it's like, I send tons of resources to everybody. I'm like, hey, check this out, check that out, check that out. It's all good for supplemental knowledge and supplemental learning, but you got to type the code. You have to do it. Yeah,
you got to type it. And
yeah.
That's the thing that LinkedIn does. You type the code. It's like 180 videos, and each video is like step by step. First he teaches you simple things like this is how you make a div. Then it's like this is how you make a nav bar. And what I'm doing on my computer is I'm doing like examples of small little things that give people like this is how you do a timer, an example of a timer. This is an example of a div. This is an example of a div with a drop down. This is an example of flex plot.
Yeah.
Because I forget, but then I have all of these coding examples. When I build my websites, I just go to the coding example. For instance, like I showed you my chess program, right?
Yeah.
In my chess program, how you move images back and forth with document. You have to do document. You create the constant,
Mm-hmm.
and then you capture the element do a click event
Yeah.
to move it, it's you forget it. You just forget it. Well, when you ask all the time. Okay, I know you gotta go.
Nah, we're good. I'm,
Thank
I'm
you.
I'm hopping down to the multi-page website right now. So if you're joining, I'll see you in a minute. I'll be back in just a minute. All right, what's going on? I think Parker's gonna be here in a couple minutes too. I got someone messaging me. Give me just 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm muted.
I gotta send someone this thing. So, we're doing this machine learning project, and this guy John created a repository for it. It's super solid. I'm just gonna send it over to this woman that wants to join us. Cool. All right, so we can go ahead and just start off where we left off yesterday. We have build a multi-page website, Boston Dynamics. So everyone's doing their own page. I am on the correct branch. So, all right, I'm just gonna start adding. I'm just thinking about something. How many hours of coding do you do every single day, James?
How many hours? Well, I just started trying to do it with you because I had always wanted you as a teacher, and then I felt, I couldn't spend $100 an hour. Then when I found out you were, oh, you asked me a simple question. Right now, so far, I've only done the 4 hours with you yesterday.
But normally,
Correct.
like on a regular day, how many hours are you coding per day?
I used to code 3 or 4 hours a day before I got sick. Now I'm sick. I have trouble with my legs. I can only sit up for about 3 hours, and because of that, I like to do other things. I really haven't been coding as much, but I used to code. I used to code 4 or 5 hours a day because I code in I code in C#, Power Builder, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and SQL, database administration, which I used to be really good at. That's, they pay programmers half of what they pay database administrators.
Yeah.
So I used to be really good at it, because HBD has a database of like maybe 100 million records at least. And they use Oracle across 3 different states because, okay, the thing that I was talking, I didn't want to say in class, right, when we were doing the border radius thing. And I was saying, well, if you use the longer version, it's better than using the comma version. And this is why I say it's like a practical thing, and they would need to talk to their bosses about it. But HPD had a programming system that they paid more than $20 million for. They brought me in, and I moved up as a clerk. I have an associate degree. You have to have your master's degree in computer science to get a job in HPD. But I was a clerk, and I moved up, and I was giving instructions to programmers making $200,000 a year. They had to do what I said to. And one of the reasons, when I first started off, these consultants are writing code. They're writing code for 10 years. New programmers come on, And this is a super complicated system. HPD is the biggest agency in New York City other than HRA. They're writing this code, and nobody can get rid of them. And you know why? Because they don't document. A new programmer comes in, just like you do. When you come in and you tell somebody to do a little, remember you were telling somebody that they have to research. They research for 3 days to write code that takes them an hour to do.
Yeah.
In HPD, you cannot do that. No one is going to pay you 3 days pay to write an hour's worth of code. They want you to write something quickly. I got ahead because no one documented the system. And you know inheritance, right?
Yeah.
You know inheritance is down a rabbit hole. You have a guy who writes something this week. The next guy, he writes something based on that. The next guy writes something based on that. The fifth guy writes something based on that. Literally 10 levels up. And then you go down the levels and nobody is documenting what they do, all of the different functions. It's a disaster. One of the first things I did, and one of the my biggest raise from like $40,000 to $50,000 was because I started saying, can I do anything? And
What's up, Parker?
That's going fun.
Hey, hey. We're just doing a little chatting right now. I was just having some thoughts about like the best way to deliver value to people and make sure everybody's learning a lot. I feel like so many people just want a tutorial. Like it's so hard to get people to type code. Why?
Well, like today is a good example. Like I was just messing around with the confetti like 2 days ago. It was just like an idea that someone else had, and now you're asking me, can you teach it? And at first I was on the line where I'm like, no. But then when you think about it, just like your pyramid structure, teaching is like the shortcut of like, what do you know and the knowledge you want to acquire. And so like for example, the last hour I've been preparing some notes. How can I teach this confetti thing? How do I break it down? But then it's like I'm thinking like this. How can others think like this? I'm just a student of your bootcamp or whatever. But how can others be thinking like this, or they want similar goals or similar stuff? Everyone wants the job, but to get that, you need a lot of knowledge. So it's like beyond the tutorial, how do you get beyond that threshold?
I have an opinion.
I know. Well, Parker, you're so eager to code. Whenever I'm like, who wants to type out this line of code? You're one of the first people typing the code. Why are you the one typing the code and why is everyone else so reluctant?
Well, the thing is though, like what makes me a little different is like I have a little coding background, so I don't know what those skills are. And like I personally know you, so maybe there's that element too. So there's like other factors, but that should not deter anyone else.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
things I learned in my past, my background, whether I know a little bit or I know nothing at all, that should not deter anyone. And especially the
I
form.
know why.
So
I
like through
know why.
Discord or in a real classroom where you're in person, it's all the same.
I do know why.
Why?
Okay. The reason why is because people don't want to show things when they don't know how to do it. And one of the things that would help, I think, is if they have the code in advance so that when they're behind, they don't know what's going on. When someone new comes in, especially new person, not somebody who started, I'll tell you at another time.
No, go ahead. Finish. I want to hear this.
Okay. When a new person comes in and they don't know what you did in the beginning, they're completely lost. I don't care what level of programmer you are. I worked for 27 years. I come in, I have no idea what you did before, especially with these skills. But if I know I'm going to be in this class and you're going to be in a project, and I can go back and look at the project in the beginning, and I'm really serious about it, I'll do that. I'll look at the project, see what I know and what I don't know, so I can ask questions. So when you ask something, when you say do this, I'm more willing to do this because I have a basis to do it on instead of I'm just doing something like a robot. You say type this. What am I typing? What does it mean? I don't know. But if I look back and, for instance, he was doing the confetti module. He's doing the confetti module. It's in a function. I'm not aware of the function. I don't know how the function is in the design. I don't know why the function is there. But if I looked at the code 5 hours before I came to the class, I know what this function is. So when you tell me to change the line on the function, I have an idea. I'm more willing to do it. I'm more willing to experiment. I know I'm not going to be looked at as a dummy, and I'm not just wasting my time. My opinion.
Nah, that's good. So you're saying like documentation would help. That's so fun.
I'm saying it, and not even documentation, because most of us are far enough along to know what it is when we see the code. But we need to see the code. You can't. We're in a class. The classes last 2 hours. To understand the code, we might have to look at it for 6 hours. So we do the code, right? Put the code somewhere where people can see the code. Then they don't really have an excuse. You put the code here. You're behind in the class. This is what we've been doing. But the code to what we've been doing is located here. Go here, look at the code. And because you have GitHub, it's easy to put it in GitHub. Even if you can't put it in GitHub, you could put it in a regular text file. The person can then take the text file, put it in the code editor, and the code editor will put everything that, will format it the way it's supposed to be formatted, put the right stuff in it. They can look at the code, then they can run the code too, by themselves, run it, make a bunch of changes. And remember when I said, okay, the best way to do it, make the change and see if it works?
Mm-hmm.
Let them play around making changes the way they want it to look. Not necessarily the way you're doing it, but what they want to do. Maybe instead of your name, they put their name. Maybe instead of putting the color blue, they put the color red. Maybe instead of making the function what do you call it? There's 3 kinds of functions. Callback function. I forget the name, but there's several ways you can write a function. So they write the function one way, and the better way now, I think they use the function within a function, as opposed to what do you call it? Oh, I can't remember the names. But anyhow, there's a way you do it now that's the better way, but there's an older way that people used to do it. Sometimes you want to do it 3 different ways, so you know all of the different ways. You get more familiar with coding. In my opinion, I could be wrong. Ask some other people, but that's my opinion. And when I started teaching people, I
Nah, I like your feedback. So let me ask you this, Parker and James, what do you think would be better if like you're actually walking people through? Because I think one of the big problems with a lot of these tutorials is that people who watch the tutorials, the people who are creating the tutorials, they put so much planning into the tutorial before they actually show the tutorial. And then people who are new, they get this impression that like the development process is this smooth, easy, perfect thing and that mistakes don't happen, which is like so far from the truth. They don't get to see the planning process. They don't get to see all the errors. They don't get to see all the mistakes. They just see like the perfect finished product. And I think that's wrong. So I'm like, that's like one of the main reasons why I wanted to do things like this, because everybody could get involved in the planning and the coding process. And so,
well, there's something else you can do if you really think that's the issue, right?
That's a
So
major
then
issue.
you do a tutorial where there's mistakes. This is what's supposed to happen. It's not working. Fix it.
But also
It's like
another.
this.
But you're talking about still doing planning, right?
Well, for you, it's planning. For you, it's planning to make it so that it works for the new person. Like you
Yeah.
want to make them do some coding.
But the planning and the
So,
designing of the software is like one of the most important pieces, and they don't get that, you know. But
okay,
also,
of
also,
course.
also, when we're doing the planning with like 10 people, I'm only having this conversation because it's just 2 people in here right now, and it's not like a group of 10 people. But when there's a group of 10 people and there's planning and design, then it's like there might just be too many people. I don't know. What do you think, Parker?
Well, it's like, okay, so there's like the individual need, wants and needs, and then the group. What does the group want? But also, people like to see progress. They're moving forward with their life. They're acquiring knowledge, they're doing that. And so, one thing I really like about the curriculum I use to gain most of my coding understanding from the Odin project is that it just has a progress bar at the very top. Every time I complete a lesson, you just check it, mark it complete, and it adds it to the progress bar. So it goes from 52% to 59%. And once you complete one of the tracks, the foundation track, they're 100% complete. And then you move on to the more advanced stuff. And then you're like, okay, I'm seeing progress. It's just a bar, but it's kind of like a fancy looking bar. But it's like, okay, I'm doing something. And then a lesson could take a day, or another lesson could take 7 days. It depends on time. But then it's like, there you go. So it's like that feedback where, okay, I'm not making progress on that bar because it took me 7 days to complete it. But then if I work on it a little harder, I can complete the next lesson in 4 days. So then I can mark it complete and move faster. So yeah, I get that feedback and whatnot. But then
Okay,
like and also like one more thing is like your style of teaching. So that's one thing I like about you is your style of teaching is a little different than others. And there's many ways to teach. And you're crafting your style. So you're learning how to teach as you go. And but at the end of the day, people just learn and they're choosing you for many reasons. It's just a matter of like give people consistent and I don't know. It's hard. It's definitely hard.
Do you think
okay.
that? Do you think it? What do you think would happen if we just like streamed us coding? Like, let's say people with people with like us with a decent amount of experience, not even a decent amount of experience, but people who just know how to take the initiative, like Parker. Like, I know I work with a couple guys every day, kind of like Fernando, Omar, Aditya, like the core team kind of thing. And what if we just did a stream where we're just building something together and going through the coding and design and development process, and everybody can just kind of like watch people with experience do it, but not leave out the design and the planning process, like actually see that too.
Yeah, and I think with streaming, one thing we'll probably have to do is turn on our cameras because when you're watching these coding things and there's no cameras on and it's just code, yeah, it's fine. But there's reason why streamers and YouTube they all have their face being shown. It's engagement. People are like they're paying attention but then they're seeing you talk, they're seeing you answer questions, they're seeing that the interaction you have with the audience, whether it's 5 people or 15 people on the stream. Um, that's because right now we really haven't turned on the cameras. At least I. But
I don't
at
even
least,
have a camera. I'm like looking at
yeah.
cameras right now.
That's why like a classroom always works for millennials. Yeah. But you got the teacher in front, the students in the back, and then you got the interaction. It's a very social thing. There's definitely a lot of psychology going on.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
In your work,
I'm just curious if you guys think that we're limiting our students by like, because there's times where I'm focused on like one student. Like, for example, there's just times where I'm focused, like I want to give the attention to one student who needs help. You know what I'm saying? But as I'm giving that one-on-one attention to the student who needs a little more one-on-one help, I'm also thinking about all the other students just listening to that who have already been through that.
Okay, but Jim,
And
you
I feel
don't
that
have
I feel like it's unfair to some of the other students who have already been through that, who are just like, ugh, this again.
Okay, but Jim, you don't have to do that, right? You're working on a project now, right? You're
Yeah.
working on a project. The first day you start the project, right? You do something that day, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's your first version. The second day is just second version. When I write a program, I'm writing a program now, spelling program for kids. It's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Each day I do something and then I save that as version one. It
Mm-hmm.
just does something version one. The first day might just be the nav bar, just the nav bar. And I know I got the nav bar right. The second day,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to see the witch that appears if they click a certain thing. I do that. I make sure it works. That's my second version.
Yeah, you're talking about version control. I'm talking about like
No,
other.
no, 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 not version control. No, no. 20 different versions of the completed project. Not
Uh-huh.
version control. That's not, well, you do something and you put it in version control and somebody else puts something and they put it in version control. No, this is the first day we did something, we got it right. The second day, we do something, we get it right. The code for the first day is correct, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
So, me, I come in, you're doing something, I don't understand it, I'm Jim. You're James. You say, James, how do you do that? I don't understand. Okay, James, we got to move on. But look at the files. There's 20 different files. Find the file where you have the question. You will see the code. Look at the code the day before. Look at the code the day the second. Or go through each day's code, code it just the way it is. Make sure you understand each day until you get to the point where we are today. Then I'm willing to answer your question. Then you have the students, you know, they did the work. Just like you say, what do you say? You say, Google it first, find an answer, come back to me,
Mm-hmm.
tell me what your answer was. Then if the person, you know, really gets stuck, you know they did the work, you're willing to take the time. I hear what you're saying, just like when I ask you a question. You can't stop the class and spend 50 minutes with one person. But you won't trust me, if you do it that way, you won't have to. Because everybody will get to the spot where you're at today. And the other thing is, if it doesn't work, it's not hard. Because all you have to do is save your code each day.
That's what we do, though.
You do say, well, where is the code? That's one thing you need to explain to everybody. We have saved the code that we did each day in steps. Where's the code?
In GitHub.
Okay, so
Well.
code is
Except for Meetup, everything is on GitHub except for the Meetup navigation bar that we're working on.
okay. So then you say go to GitHub and get the information, but then you do need a course on GitHub
Yeah.
so that they know how to go and access it. Everybody that goes to multiple page. Right? I've worked 27 years. I don't know how to use GitHub. I mean, I know a little bit, but I don't know how to get each version. Like if I want to look at the version that you did in July, I don't know how. Well, how do I go back to July, to the very start of where you first created the first day's work? And I don't think GitHub works like that. I don't. Can I go back? If I go to GitHub and I get one of the projects, can I find a way to find out how it looked the very first day?
Yes.
Okay, well then I need to learn that.
So let me share. I'll share my screen and just show you so you know right now. All right. So if you go to GitHub, you're right. That is something that's really important to know. So if you go to GitHub, let's just look at the Nonprofit Navigator website here. If you come to the repo, click on code, and you go to commits, 17 commits. So you could come in, you could check out all the different commits. Number 13.
Okay, no. I want the first day's code. I want the
first day's code, right here. This is day 1.
Right.
This is the first thing that was added.
So now, if I copy this, right? If I copy this, I know how to copy this. If I copy this and I put it in my Visual Code Editor, I will be able to open it and it will work up to a certain point.
Yeah, so let's look at second day's code. We just added like an HTML. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
So, and it won't crash. So if I fork this and I open this, I'll have the first step, right?
Yeah, but you can't. What if there's 1,000 commits on the project? You can't expect people to start from the first.
Well, then that's an issue. It has to be logical places where you quit.
Yeah, so let's go to like let's search like React GitHub. So if we go to the React project, there's 16,000 commits. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like you're not going to expect someone to go to the first commit of React to see what it looked like.
No, but that's not a class. That's not one of your classes. I know what you're saying. I've looked at the chess. I'm working on the chess GitHub now. It's more than that. It's more than that. I'm talking about a simple project like you're doing today. There might be a bunch of commits for this, right? But there should only be about, I'd say maybe 10 versions of what's being done for this particular project. Just 10 at the most. If it's more than 10,
there's more. There's 45. There's 45,000 forks.
No, for your project, not for this project. For your project.
Yeah. So every project is going to be different. Some are going to have.
No, for your projects. Are you going to have any project that you can't divide up into 10 different versions?
You're talking about A/B testing, right?
No, I'm talking about, well, I can't share my screen, or I share my screen for my spelling project. My spelling project that I created, a spelling website that I actually have out there, I got 20 different folders for the versions. Like each time I'm doing a version and I get a certain amount of stuff to work correctly, I save it. You know, it's kind of like what we tell our programmers. You get a certain amount of work done and you save it. Get another certain amount of work done and you save it. And they tell everybody that anything on your computer, you do a certain amount of work, save it. When you know it works to a certain point, save it. And I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm saying it saves you when a person is saying, Jim, I don't understand what's going on. I don't know what you're doing. John, I have 10 versions of this project. This is where they are. Open each folder. Put it on your computer. See how it works. Go to the next version. See how it works. See if you have any question in each version. If you do that, then I can answer a specific question. I mean, there's going to be people who come in, they don't know what a nav bar is. They don't know what.
Yeah. So if I tell you the nonprofit nav, James, if I say we're working on Nonprofit Navigator, I just post. This is the code right here. Figure it out.
I think I've seen this. This is a tremendous project.
Figure it.
Learn.
No, it's not. It's not. It's small right now.
Okay, go ahead.
It's small right now.
Okay, this is something new. Okay, I've been looking at something else. Okay, so where is? Okay, I'm going to look at this. I don't want to waste the class's time. I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to direct message you
Now we got
And
20 minutes left for this one right here, so we're just gonna transition into the introduction of JavaScript in like 15 20 minutes. We're not gonna go into the Boston Dynamics stuff. I want to use a little bit of time just to chat with y'all since there was only a couple people here and just like throw around some
okay,
ideas and discuss other methods and get some feedback from people who are here every day, kind of thing. So.
so Parker, how do you feel about that? Do you think that would be helpful if there were like 10 versions of the project and you could tell a user, okay, go look at the first version, go look at the second version, go look at the third version. And then they could actually look at the code. And they could take a version of the code and, for instance, like the navbar part. And they're not sure how to do the navbar, but they could go to the navbar part, open it up in their Visual Studio, and play around with it. You know, move stuff around, change the code a little bit. They don't have to go and look at the eighth version when there's so much going on that they're lost.
You forget
They
how
look at
hard it is though for people who are new, who are like brand new to coding, man. Like when I first started, I didn't have any coding experience. I've only ever done sales, like hands-on stuff. Like I worked in restaurants for 6 years. I worked at the school for a few years. I worked at FedEx delivering packages, and then I worked in sales until I started coding, man. And it's like I didn't have any coding experience. For me to transition from never doing any coding into this and having to learn everything from square one. I didn't even know that a browser could render an HTML file. Like I didn't even know how to make HTML work inside the browser. I didn't understand the way that it actually worked. When I first saw a a string with a plus and another string with a JavaScript expression, my mind was blown and I was overwhelmed. I was
No,
overwhelmed
no,
by a string.
they gotta look at a couple of videos first.
And
You're
that's how
not
people,
teaching
yeah.
that level. You're not teaching that. You're like when you say this is a div, you're not teaching people what a div is and how the div works.
Some people
You're
have
not
no clue
teaching
what a
that,
div is.
and you're not teaching it. You're not teaching that.
I know I'm
When
not.
you
I know.
when you exactly,
But
they have
some
to
people need that though.
yeah, and they have to go to YouTube and take a look at a YouTube video on how to make a div. I personally, I personally am now writing stuff like that. Like one of my things is example of making a div. This is how you make a div. And I tell them you gotta first I tell them you have to have Visual Studio. Then I tell them how you set up Visual Studio. Then I tell them what a browser is. I have a document step by step. This is the way you do it. Then I have a video on how you do it. Yeah, that level. Nobody really is going to do that for most people because it's too time consuming and it's not worth it. It's not worth
I
it to them.
know. I know. It's unfair to the other people, you know.
And it's yes, it's unfair, which is why I'm doing it. Because I
Well,
want to
the
do it
reason
for
why I
the
even
start.
started the reason why I started this conversation is because I felt that a lot lately where I'm slowing where there's like a mixture of people of varying levels in all these events. And so sometimes I'm explaining something even if I'm explaining something to Parker, for example, there's people in the room who are like who are just more advanced. So I know that whatever I'm explaining to Parker, and I'm just using you as an example, Parker. I haven't used you. I don't remember a
Oh,
time
of
where I
course.
did this for you, but I'm just saying, like, I
Use
know
me any
I'm
time frame.
I'm anything.
But that
I'm just playing.
But that's why I told Tiffany, that's why I told Tiffany, I will send her a copy of media queries and I'm willing to go over it with her. One of your students the other day, you were doing something, I didn't understand it. You couldn't stop. A doctor called me, I had to get out. I was absolutely lost, but one of your students was putting in the chat the exact things that you said to do, and then I could go to the chat and I could type in those exact things and look at it to see what happened until I got to the point where It told me to open up GitHub and it didn't work for me, but I could type it in step by step. Type in the first thing, look at what happened, look at the message. I mean,
Mm.
you can't be completely dumb.
What do you
You
think,
have
T?
to be.
What do you think, T?
About
She's just like halfway through the conversation.
yeah. I mean, honestly, like if someone's gonna teach a course, I think that they are to do how with how they want to teach. I am not going to say I'm not going to criticize, if they want to teach that way, then I'm fine with it. As long as if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. I just move on and, find other ways to learn. It really is that simple.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Well, it's like constructor inclusive. So like Jim is facing some problems, and these are legitimate problems. Where it's like the way to teach, especially through like Discord, it's definitely I think more of a challenge. That's like the pros and cons where you can reach more people. It's flexible, but the downside is that sometimes some days you have 5 people with varying levels. Some days you have 15 people, and maybe all those 15 people could all be beginners or advanced. You don't know, and so
Yeah,
that's it's a legitimate problem that you have as a teacher. Is that how can I kind of streamline it, make it more efficient, so that way it's like just easier on you because you have a cognitive load, you have limited energy and time. So there's only so many times you can like step away for 15 minutes to speak with one student, and then the whole classroom's waiting. But then it's like it's hard.
yeah,
So it's like
yeah,
I'm trying
exactly.
to come up with something to like make your life easier. Well, it's kind of like this. Like, is there a way to do like some check marks? Like, okay, like here are some minimum requirements, and it's not required to know, but it's more of like, what do you know, so we can move on. So it's like, do you know Git? Do you know GitHub? Do you know what VS Code is, a code editor? All these like minimum things. But then as you get more into it, there's a lot more that you learn and learn. But then, and so it's like for the beginner, it's like they don't know what any of it is. And so they've heard of HTML and CSS, JavaScript, but all the rest, they're just like, I figure it out. And so a lot of assumptions can be made when you're teaching. You know this, so I'm going to assume that. But then a lot of times the student doesn't tell you. They don't always tell you, I don't know that or this, and they're lost and they're stuck, and then they don't show up that next day or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm thinking about a couple different models. So I'm thinking about like an in-person model where we actually rent some space and have the curriculum step by step, starting with never typed a line of code in your life and literally typing H1s, typing the body paragraph, like starting from zero and incrementally working your way up step by step. That's like an official boot camp. That model is like a paid model where people pay ahead of time. People are paying like $10,000 to $30,000 for that model. Though at the same time, there's a lot of businesses who have that model who are going out of business because they have these overhead expenses like planning. They sometimes spend 6 months planning the curriculum before they launch the curriculum, and when they launch the curriculum, sometimes the stuff that they planned is like kind of, some of the stuff is getting out of date. Some of it not, some of it not. Hopefully you could plan it in a way where it's not getting out of date. And then you also have to rent space, you have to get teachers, you have to, like, it's a lot, have insurance and all that stuff. And so there's costs associated with that model. There's more money up front, but there's costs associated with that model. Then there's also this model right here where it's there's like Parker said, like some days you have 3 people and then some days you have 15 people. If there was 15 people today, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We'd just be in the middle of the class. But like you said, Parker, there's 3 beginners who never typed a line of code in their life, and there's 3 Adityas who are like who have a master's in computer science. So it's like, man, if I slow down to tell this person what ad event listener is, there's also like 5 people who are like, oh, not this again. So that's probably the greatest challenge. And then, so the model I was thinking of is like a model where there are no strings attached, no hold bars, no constraints, and we just have like a small group of programmers who work together, design together, plan together, and build projects together, like a core group of people who build projects, stream it to everybody free. Nobody has to pay anything. You just show up, YouTube or whatever the venue is, and everybody could just watch. And if you want to become a part of that core group of people, you just submit projects, and we have one day where we stream and we look at other people's projects, and if someone's project is good enough, then they could join us for these sessions and become one of the core group, and become one of the members. So it's almost like incentive to share your projects and work on your own projects and build projects and stand out and be unique. So that's just like a different model that I'm thinking of, that I feel like would eliminate the problems of, like, it wouldn't matter if there were beginners, and it wouldn't matter if there were people who were experienced, because you would have conversations going constantly. It'd be like me and Parker planning a component and the best way to do it, and how do we structure this website using different architectures, and still you would have a chat going on where it's not like the viewers are quiet or ignored if there's chats or questions being answered. Like if I see in the chat like 5 people ask like what's a div, then maybe I can just slow down and explain what a div is today if I see that like there's a heavier beginner group today. But if it's a heavier, it's like based on the chat, you respond as you get chats. So just exploring different options. The most important thing to me is like, what's the best for everybody? What's the best for the learners? What's going to help people learn the fastest? And yeah, just what's going to be the most beneficial for people, essentially.
Is it possible to have a hybrid setup where you get the best of both worlds, the in-person classroom experience and the online way as well? Has it been done before?
Definitely.
I think everything is going to be online now. In-person thing is going to die, but you need multiple things. Again, I told you, in what I'm doing when I'm programming something now, what I'm doing is I have example. This is how you make a nav bar, and I show it's very simple. This is how you make a nav bar. The next one is this is how you make a nav bar with the drop down menu. Then the next thing is this is how you make a progress circle. And I show them that, right? This is how you put cells in a grid. Each is a simple example. It's a breakdown of what you would be doing if you're making a website. Those different functions, each one I'm breaking it out, I'm making it simple so you can focus on that issue the same way they could do on Midjourney. I'm sorry, not Midjourney, on Web C3. It has like 1,000 different examples, right, of how you do each individual thing. The only thing that I think that I'm doing that might be a little more useful to people is I'm saying, this is the project. These are the examples of how you do each thing in a project. If you learn each of these things, you will be able to build a website. And I'm not sure. And I'm discussing it with you, Jim, because you're so good at what you're doing. I'm trying to get there so I can teach some minority kids how to do something.
I do feel a little held back too, though, because as you're explaining this, I'm like, man, just the step-by-step of explaining like beginner stuff. I'm just like, man, I just want to build stuff. And I think that just building stuff, but inviting people into the process of building stuff may be the most beneficial thing,
But you do both. What you're doing is wonderful. It's a great way to do it. I'm only commenting on what you asked about what happens when I get stuck and there's 3 beginners and 5 people who want to build stuff. Well, the people who are building stuff, you continue to build stuff. Those people who get stuck and they might get frustrated, you say, you don't have to be frustrated.
But that's the thing.
I
That's the thing with this different model that I'm thinking of, where we literally just build stuff and build cool stuff and build what we want and no constraints. If there are new people who are just watching and asking questions like, "Hey, I don't even know what a div is," hopefully that the community is just nice enough where there are some experienced people in the chat or in the conversation who are like, "Hey, connect with me. I'll break it down for you." You know, like people
okay.
who are there who are helpful. So
I'm
who could
in
actually
20.
who could break it down, you know, like
No,
I don't
I'm
know.
in 20 different discords. It's not going to happen. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, it's
yeah,
not going to
that's
happen.
see that's the problem with that model.
No, no,
Creating that
because
sense.
they do not need anybody. The beginner
All
who's
right.
looking at
All right.
your
I'm
project,
gonna jump off real quick.
All right.
Be right back.
Yeah.
the beginner who's looking at your project, right, doesn't need anybody to look at how to make a div. They don't need anybody to show them that. You give them a folder, and in the folder it tells them how to make a div. Now, if they can't look at the folder and see how to make a simple div, they're not going to be able to program.
They could just do a Google search.
But they're not going to do it. That's
Why?
the problem.
Why?
And it's not going to relate to your project. Everything you're going to do is going to relate to your project,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but if they see 90% of the stuff that you're doing is research and planning and design, they're like, "Oh, okay, I guess research and planning and design is a huge piece of this."
It is a huge piece of it, and people have to be taught that. What you say is so true. That's what they
How
do
else are
in
they going to be
basic,
taught that if they don't see that? You know? Cuz
but they will see
you're
it.
not seeing that in tutorials. Tutorials are showing
No,
you
no,
the
no.
like
But
the
they're going to
perfect.
see it when they come and they come to this, and you're doing it. They're going to see it there. This is only when they get stuck. I think you're losing me. This is only when they get stuck. What you're doing is exactly what I think you should do to teach. But when they come in the middle of a project and they're stuck and they don't know what's going on, that's when you tell them, well, go and take a look at this.
Yeah, yeah.
You're teaching them. Look, you say all the time, when you have a problem, you need to, and you're
Search.
telling them the different resources: Google,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
ChatGPT, Stack Overflow, and there's a couple others.
Yeah,
LinkedIn,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's a couple of others.
Especially
This
for the
is where you
first,
go
especially for the
to
first
find
of it.
out.
We're about to transition into the introduction to JavaScript though, so we'll actually do some coding in this session here. But feel free to hop down to introduction to JavaScript. I'll be back in just a minute.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah. What's up? What's up? How's everyone doing?
Oh, another day. It's so far good. Wednesday, middle of the week.
Yeah, yeah. You still going to
Yeah,
the
you still
office?
What?
You go to the office every single day to work with Pops, and then until you
Yeah.
start your new job, right?
Yeah, start on the 18th of next month, so pretty soon.
Nice, nice.
And I just got the commission structure in today, so it looks actually pretty good. There's a lot of potential to earn a little bit extra cash if I produce more. So I'm not closing the sale. I'm just setting up deployments for the producer. And with each meeting I set, there's a scale. So like the first 5, I get an extra $25. The next 10 is like $50, and then anything over 20 is $100 per meeting. And so they say that's the top people, they're setting like 30 meetings a month, so it's an extra $1,000 each month. I think that's pretty nice. And so I'm like, what's the limit? They told me your time. I'm like, okay, well, with what I know, I bet I can. Like the record is like 35 meetings in a month, so I told them my first target is 36. Let's just do that,
Yeah.
and then see what how I can apply it, especially my skills. Because what I've noticed is it's very repetitive, and so cause this cold call and cold emailing. So I'm like, can I automate that? Can I use Python to do a lot of that? And so I think I can, and the reason why others have it because they don't know, and you don't know what you don't know. So it's like with my background, I probably can't. I don't know yet until I start working, but we'll find out.
Yeah, yeah, that's wild. I saw this AI voice thing that, man, it sounded so real. I couldn't believe it, man. My mind was blown. I'm like, is this even legal? Can you just like
Well,
pro?
that's the thing. That's what I want to use. I want to find out what the current flavor of AI voice is being developed. Because a lot of times when you're cold calling, you're just leaving voicemails. And
Yeah,
you're not really talking to them until they call you back and then you have a conversation with them. So of the 100 voicemails you send, maybe like one comes back. So why does it have to be your real voice every time? It could be just like a copy of your voice or something similar until they call you back.
yeah, yeah. You know what? If you were able to actually use that AI that I heard, you'd be able to make like 1,000 phone calls at once. You'd literally be able to make like 1,000,000 phone calls at once. Like, who's to
Oh
say?
yeah. And so that's why I asked him, what is the limit? So I can just increase my output. That's it. And then the guys at the higher ups, they'll be like, how is this guy producing these numbers? Look at his sales. Like, because they don't lie. Like the numbers, they don't. It's just like he's setting 100 meetings a month. No one's ever done that.
So why aren't they doing it?
Well, because a lot of them, there's no programmers. There's not a software company. It's just a finance and insurance company. So, and it's an entry level sales job. It's a lot of them. They'll do it for like a year, and then they move on to like the higher paying jobs. And so they probably just don't even bother. And a lot of times they'll hire new grads, so people are fresh out of college. And so it's just their first job. So they'll do it for a little short term, and then that's it. And then it might be the same thing for me, where I'll just do it for a year. Either I stick with a company or I jump to another one.
Mm. I'm reading this right now. It says calls initiated with an artificial or pre-recorded voice may require consent. So I wonder what the laws are and like
I don't
where.
know.
Yeah, that's
No idea. But that's the thing is that like a lot of the big tech companies, like Facebook's mantra was a move fast and break things. That's
yeah.
how they become so successful because they're not just following everything to the T, you know, dotting their I's and doing all these things in order, slowly, this and that. No, they're just completely changing everything.
I know. I know. It's wild.
And there are no limits to 40 hours a week. Those guys they're working 80 to 100 hours a week because they enjoy the work they're doing.
I'm gonna send you the YouTube video I saw of this thing.
Yeah. Because I want to develop it. Because like to be honest, it could be something that I can share with my team, my company. Like, hey guys, this is how I'm doing it. Then I become the teacher now, and so that way it solidifies what I know. So yeah, I would love that because I'm already looking into it.
Let me know what you find out. I'm interested.
Okay. And
What's
then
up?
did you ever
Oh, go ahead.
read T's did you ever read T's message from the previous discussion about teaching and how serious the students are? She had a really good post or
Oh,
in the chat.
no, I just saw the chat here.
Yeah, check the other chat of what T said. It was spot on of what your um the issues are.
All right, cool. I'm gonna read that after in between sessions, so we'll get to this session tonight. But yeah, thank you, T.
Well, okay.
I'm gonna check. Remind me to check that out because I might forget. There's so many channels now that sometimes I'll forget to go back and look at a chat until like tomorrow. But send me a message so I don't forget. All right, cool. So let's go. I have the project open here. I'm just gonna start the live share collaboration session. I'm gonna invite everybody over here. We did start playing around with the JavaScript a little bit yesterday before we ended the session, and I know T was making some modifications over there too. So let's see what we have. So we have our print event location function. We have our callback that call both the print event location and the shoot confetti. Oh yeah, Parker, if you wanted to go ahead and break this down for everybody, that would be cool. And then, yeah, I want to challenge T to go ahead and send a message in the browser instead of in the console. And then Parker and whoever wants to work with Parker.
Hey, Jim, do you mind sharing your screen?
Oh, am I not? Oh, yep. There you go. Cool, cool. Someone's trying to get in here, but hold on one second. Remember. Yeah, he should be able to see this channel. Yeah. All right, cool. So we got Liz and Tanya in here right now. Oh yeah, and then Parker, I wanted to challenge to actually create this display events, which it doesn't have to be like the events don't have to be like well styled or whatever. Just get something to show up as the event, like event 1, event 2 or something. And we could actually create an array with a list of objects, like event objects. So I'm going to challenge everyone to go ahead and do that. But Parker, you want to break down this confetti thing first? Just breaking down these things one by one so everybody knows exactly what's happening here. And then we'll get to these other functions and challenges.
Sorry, hey Jim.
Hey.
Can you repeat what I'm supposed to do again?
We'll talk about the functions after Parker breaks this down. If Parker, do you want to? You don't have to.
Yeah. I got my printout right here, so I got it prepared.
All right, cool. For those who just entered, I posted a link to the live share in the chat, so feel free to hop into the code editor and you'll be able to code along with us. But go ahead.
Okay, yes. So we have three things going on. So we have the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript. So we need the structure first. So that's what the HTML provides for the confetti pieces. So I have a container, and then I have div elements inside the container. And so we want that there to target it, because that's what we'll be changing on the page. And then to style it, we're using CSS. So there's many ways to style it, and so in a separate CSS file we have the confetti piece, and so you can have it whatever you want. So I made it pretty small, so 10 pixels by 10 pixels, so the width and height, and there's a lot you can do in there, or there's a little bit you can do in there. And then I used keyframes. Keyframes is interesting for animation. It's something I learned, where it's like I've never heard of it before, and because it's kind of amazing that you can do this with just HTML and CSS. It's kind of like another way to, without using JavaScript. But then to make it much easier, to make it dynamic, definitely using JavaScript, because then it's like, okay, you can do a lot more with it. And so we're still going to use that container that we set within HTML. So we have a a variable, a confetti container, and then we're going to use a query selector in order to touch that, in
What
order to
file?
get
Hold
state.
on. What file are we in right now?
Okay, let's see. I would say go to let's start with the HTML first.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. And then so right there. So yeah, just the div class of confetti container. And so we're right now it's empty because before we had any JavaScript, I had some confetti pieces in there. And so if you just wanted HTML CSS, you can put some confetti pieces. And so, like I said, the HTML just gives the structure. It doesn't actually give the color or anything like that. So that's what the CSS is for. So with the CSS is that it gives you all the styling. And so if you go to this CSS file, if you click on that, please. So now I have the container and the pieces. And so it's like, okay, what do you want it to look like? Do you want it to look like a diamond, like a square, or a circle? And so I have the keyframe to rotate, and it goes from 0 degrees to 360 degrees. And so that way it moves around on you. And then they're really small, so 10 pixels by 10 pixels, and then it's color red. So you can choose whatever you want, blue or whatever. And then in order to make it actually like pretty cool, is when I use JavaScript. So if you want to open the JavaScript file, so now I have the very top confetti container variable, and then we need to target that container in the HTML. So that's what the query selector is for, because then we want to change it on the fly. So, and then you made the function shoe confetti to wrap and make it a little neater. And I did a for loop. So looping is just like, repeating the program multiple times. And so you can loop it 5 times or 10 times. I did 50 just because I want a lot of confetti. And then it's like, okay, what are you going to do with that loop? So we want to create more confetti pieces. So that's what the very first line says. So I'm making another div, create element. And so you can do that manually in HTML if you really want to, but that'll be a lot of lines, 50 lines of div, confetti piece, div, confetti piece. So that's what the for loop is for. And then every time it does that, it's going to actually, then on the third line, the math.random, it's going to just choose the color for me. Just choose the color for me and what the style looks like. So that way there's a lot more randomness to it. So that way it's not kind of like the same blue or the same red on 50 pieces. It would not. And I would say that's probably it. There's definitely a lot of good stuff going on. So you have the divs in the container, and then you have, let's see, all the CSS. So like the height, the width, position, the keyframe animation, which is the keyframes are cool. And then in the JavaScript, you have the query selector, you have the create elements, you have the for loop. So it's definitely like multiple things in order to make that confetti. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It can be, but
let's change it a little bit to understand it a little bit better. So when we click on the search button, they start popping down. What if I change?
So what you can do is,
what if I change the speed of ×3 to ×1? A little faster, right?
Yeah.
That wouldn't even be anything though. What if you did just math random? Would that be a little faster? Oh wow! Look at those. Oh yeah.
Instead of 50, do it like 5 on the for loop, just to see there are like very few pieces.
Yeah, let's do 5. It's like raining confetti.
Yeah, like little snowflakes. And yeah, before I even touched the JavaScript, I first just did this in HTML and CSS where it was just like one confetti piece. And then once I'm like, okay, we want more, that's when JavaScript came into play. Let's do a for loop and this and that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And if you did 100 with just a little bit faster. I want to make it look like actual confetti though, you know what I'm saying?
You're getting there.
Nice. There. Yeah, it's looking random though. Some are moving slow, some are moving fast. That's cool. Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, when you first posted that in though, and there was just one sad piece of confetti falling from the left side, that was so funny.
yeah. But that's the beautiful thing about code is I didn't need like a video editor to make this animation, or this wasn't using like an Adobe Photoshop or anything. Just code, and it started with just as simple as you can, so HTML and CSS, and then add in a little bit more. So there's a
Yeah.
bunch of things you can do that you need to, have some other kind of skill set or some kind of other program to do something. No, not at all.
Question for you, Parker.
Yeah, this
I,
is
I-
awesome. It looks like so each confetti piece is starting from negative 100 pixels, so 100 pixels above the top of the screen. So they're all happening off the top of the screen. And in the keyframes, you could see that this animation is starting at 0, and it's going to go, the top is going to become 100 viewport. So at the end of the animation, the confetti is going to hit the bottom. And yeah, it's also translating X, so 100 pixels to the right, and it's rotating, so it's spinning during the animation. Yeah, so that's cool. You got a lot of things going on here, and there's even more stuff that you can do. But I like how you added random to the background color, so you could get different colors. I like how you added a different math.random to left, so they all didn't start from the same position, so they all weren't like popping out of the same place in the top of the screen, and a math.random to animation duration, so that like they were all moving at different speeds too. So yeah, it just shows you the power. That's a very simple animation. I haven't used animations too much, but it just shows you the power, man. If you have a good imagination, if you're creative and you start playing around with these keyframes, and the sky's the limit. You can do some pretty cool stuff.
Could we try for instead of confetti? I was thinking we can just do like raindrops. Or
Yeah.
is that too animated?
No, I wonder how you would make the shape of raindrops. Actually, I found this extension. Let me see if I could. I bookmarked this thing today that might help
Yeah,
us.
I remember making a heart in CSS. It's kind of like the same thing. You need that teardrop look, and then you gotta move it on the screen.
Oh, so you can make any shape. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. So it's definitely doable. It's just the question is how and how much effort.
Could I upload my own shape? Do you know?
Yeah, you can like use a code pen. Let's try to figure that out. Let's try to make some raindrops instead of the
Yeah, make it
confetti.
rain.
We could probably reuse some of my code. It's just the way it looks. Instead of looking
You
like
could
confetti, make it look like raindrops, and maybe have little different colors, so like different shades of blue or something like that. Or maybe have the blue kind of like opaque a little bit, so a little bit of opacity,
yeah,
like 50
increased it. Yeah, yeah,
50%
yeah.
or 80% opacity.
Yeah, I could do that. So going back to that code, instead of it saying confetti, it would say raindrops, right?
Yeah.
Like just
So
Let's
we
figure,
could change
rain.
that. That's changeable.
we definitely can. We can do that. Let's try to make some rain.
All right, cool.
Make it rain.
That's not giving my Google search. How to make raindrops with CSS, HTML.
So go
I don't
ahead,
even know what it
go ahead,
means.
and all right. So we're gonna create a function to make it rain. So basically, it's similar to this one where we need like our rain container, right?
Hmm.
So like this is the space where our rain is gonna happen, and then you just have to do very similar to what he did with the confetti, but with rain. Um, I believe you're actually creating the animation here instead of doing it with keyframes, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we're not even, so this code right here is not even being used anymore, right, Parker? Except for, actually, no, it's not.
No, because I think it was just originally for
Because if we delete it, and,
before I had JavaScript.
yeah.
Actually, wait. I'm trying to think. I can't remember.
Show confetti. Did I delete too much? Oh yeah, I deleted the container. We need the container. Actually, we have the container, right? Yeah, confetti container. Confetti piece. And a pen child to the container. Yeah, so as long as the container. Confetti container. Oh, it's up here.
So I guess my question, I don't know if I can ask a question right now or.
Do your thing. Yeah,
Alright.
we're just playing around.
Yeah. So what's the usability for things like confetti, like making the page dynamic? Like what's the purpose behind it? Like how much money am I making from that? You know what I mean? Or like who will benefit from it? Like as a user, what am I getting out of that? I guess it's more like video game sort of stuff, like Roblox kind of stuff.
Nah, I've definitely seen stuff on Discord where like when I click a button, sometimes you'll see like a burst of confetti come out of the button. Yeah, I've seen functionality like that on websites. I just can't remember exactly where it was.
It'd be cool
I'm
to,
pretty
like,
sure
buy
like
it.
Amazon does it too. Like when you purchase, but it's not confetti. It's just like very subtle.
Are you asking like what's like a business application for adding like colorful effects to stuff?
The yeah. Like what's a business? Yeah, something like that.
I mean, we can get like psychology, like a dopamine effect, if you want.
Yeah.
But to be more practical engagement, maybe. You know, it keeps on the platform.
Yeah.
But also, like, not everyone thinks like that. Like for me, I just did it because it was fun. It's an artistic expression. But then, like, your boss would be like, I don't want that. You know, the boss says, no, we're not doing that. Then okay,
Yeah.
you're only paying me, so I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, definitely engagement. I mean, if we find, let's go ahead and find a website that actually has that sort of thing. They're very hard to notice because we're so used to it at this point, though, right? Is there anything that just moves right away here? No. Advertisements. You definitely have. Yeah, so advertisements have animations. Like this
Do you remember
Verizon.
those really old websites where there would be so much going on, like color would be changing, things would be moving around, like your mouse pad could be like your mouse is a shape of like some sort of like mouse, like a teddy bear or like a heart or something. Do you remember those
Yeah,
days? Like
yeah,
those.
Neo Cities, Neo. Yeah, yeah. In the early
Yeah.
2000s. Yeah, they're
Mhm.
still
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, you could
They're,
still
they're,
do
they're
stuff
still
like that.
active. Yeah, people are still paying to host those websites today. They're still around. You just gotta find them.
Yeah, I remember it was like what not to do, like in my class back in college, it was like what not to do to a website. And I was just looking at it and they're like, well, why not? Pretty cool.
I mean,
Well, a
I've
lot of
seen
people. Sorry.
similar. It's not confetti, but I've seen similar animation. Especially on Christmas time, on website they have that, and also on emails. Let's say if you accomplish a call or complete something, congratulations, and then you see a whole something pop up, just like confetti and stuff, just to celebrate.
Yeah, I just saw you got to watch very closely. It's like what's a popular website that we go to like apple.com or something like that. Just you got to watch closely right away cuz normally they see like this animation. That's smooth, that makes you look right in the center. We don't notice little things like that a lot of the time. But yeah, this is probably just a video though, honestly. But yeah, it's mostly for engagement, as far as I know. Get people to like look in a certain direction, look to the left, look to the right, look to the center, look at an
Yeah.
advertisement. It's
So
kind of like draw people's attention to certain places.
yeah. So for example, like your smartphone. So you have all these apps on your phone. You know, like there's three per line. So you got like 12 apps on your phone. Look at the colors. It's a rainbow on your phone. Every screen, every every app, there's a reason why there's all these colors going on. It draws you in. And then for me, I don't use those colors. So I have a monochrome mode on my Android phone on for the past couple of years. So mine just grayscale, and that's for me to reduce the time I spend on my own phone for my personal reasons. But there's a reason why your phone looks like a rainbow.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really excited about those animations because I'm thinking like how many times will I use it when I code? And I mean I can see it and like I can see it I can probably find a way to be more innovative and bring that in somehow, but it's like a big market, you know. Um
Yeah.
I
Plus,
guess it
plus
would be
they
cool, but
go.
it's not like the, you know, I don't think that's something we should, I don't think I'd focus my life coding, learning how to do that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, totally. You're just not interested in it. There
I
are.
mean, I am interested in it, but I think it's cool, like cool little thing to do. It's not like something that I would use every single day. I want to like be able to know how to use something. What I would, I guess I'm really practical in that sort of way, or not just that, but anyway, I just if I can use something, you know, every day and learn and do it that way and just kind of learn that way, if that makes sense. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it depends on the path that you take, honestly. Because if you're on the design side, or anything on like the visual graphic side, like it depends on which path you want to take. If you're not interested in that sort of thing, you're probably not going to take that path. But I wanted to show you all something anyways. They have, I forgot the name of it. I think it's there's a ton of libraries too that you could use. Like if you're like, hey, I want to use animations or I want to make things visual, but I don't actually want to like build them myself. There's tons of libraries where you could just import them into your code and kind of like this is one of them, but there's I forgot what the other one was called. Yeah, I'll post this in the chat so y'all can see, play around with it or something like that. But
And thing is, like, there could be some jobs you work one day where you wear many hats, where you are the developer and the designer, and you're in charge of the architecture and all these things. And it could be a small company, just 5 people or 10 people, and you know the owner and the boss. And or you could be working for a large corporation where they hire designers and they hire people who spend more time on stuff like that all day. So that's not your job and whatnot. You never know. But
Yeah, that's
also
interesting.
follow your interest too. So if that's not your interest, then don't bother wasting time on it.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
agree.
I mean it's cool. It's definitely cool. I mean, I'm learning from what I'm learning from this is how to use variables, how to use functions, how to use that's what I'm learning. Like
Yeah,
that's fine. Like if I can learn that from just that, cool. But like, you know, that's about it.
yeah. You're gonna learn a lot of the same stuff with something like this as you're gonna learn with like your send message function or your print event location function. Just every function requires something different. You know, like it's all basically the same pieces. Like it's all the same stuff, just used differently in different combinations, essentially. But yeah, we could skip. Parker broke it down pretty well. We could go ahead. Let's go ahead and just. We had T. You were interested in doing the, like printing a message if nothing was entered, right?
Yeah, I was working on that. Where is it? Function, print, event, location. So I added that. It wasn't there. I added that. Um, the function validate input.
Mm-hmm.
And then validate input, return console.log, display events. I don't think I added display events, but I did add validate input on line 33. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
I'm
you're
guessing,
calling validate input inside of validate input.
well, yeah, yeah. I don't know why I did that. I think I completely forgot why I did that. But yeah, I do have a question about that.
What's up?
I don't know, like, okay, so is it a good idea to put a function validate input there, or should I just take that out? Because we have a function print event location. on line 24?
That's a good question. So recursion is a little complicated of a subject to break down, but if you create this function called function validate input, and then you call validate input inside of it, every single time you call this, then inside of it you're gonna call it again. Then you're gonna call it, and you're gonna call it again. You're gonna call it. You're gonna
Can
call
we
it.
try that? Can we try
Until-
that on the console real quick? I just want to see how that works.
Yeah, let's see. We have validate input, and you want to call that inside of here, right?
Yeah.
I'll give it, let's just give it camel case. There we go. And so inside print of it, you want to just try the code just like this?
Yes, please.
All right, let's do it. Let's check the console too while we do it. Event input is not defined. What the heck? What's going on here? T, you have to answer this question now since you made the request. Now you got to answer that.
No problem. I mean, I can give you what I know, and I'm pretty sure whatever. So event
Right.
input dot value is not referenced prior to it. So it has to be referenced prior to it. Is that what it means? Is that what it's asking? Is that the error where it says event input is not defined? We didn't define event input. That's why there's an error there.
Event input is not defined. Yeah, let's see where it's happening. So main.js 32.
Yeah,
Let's look at it's happening
hey,
right
hi,
here.
Jim.
Hey, who's that?
Aditya.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey. Yeah, I mean, like, I just saw it. Like, just check where exactly is event input defined. I mean, just check
Yep.
that in your code. You should understand that. Like, I mean, it is saying that event input is not defined, so it should be defined somewhere, right? So in your code,
If
where
it's
exactly
not,
is it defined?
then yeah.
Exactly.
Then we have to
Yeah.
figure out why, right?
This
So
is not
Yeah.
defined.
So
This
when
is you're accessing it.
yeah,
Right.
when we use it right here, we don't have a reference to it. We're just calling it, but like
Yeah.
where was it created?
I thought
Well-
okay, so it's on line 25, I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we
there
have
go.
our print event location function here, and we have our validate input function here. The initialization of event input is inside this function, and the event input is being called inside here. Do you know why that doesn't work?
Right, because it's separate. It's two different categories.
Two different scopes. Yeah, two different blocks. So you have this block and you have this block. So you can't access functions inside here.
Okay, so then
okay.
I think we should delete line 31 and 28.
31.
Delete line 31 and 28. Do you think that could work? That would work? Let's try that.
So instead of creating the function in 20, so basically that you basically want to put them all in the same block, right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
All right, let's try it out. Let me make it a little bit bigger. All right, so now we're calling event input right here. We're checking if event input dot value equals null. Is there a reason why it's equals null and why it's equals an empty string here?
Well, those are two different search bars, right? The event input is one and the location input is another. So, the null means there is nothing in it, right?
Well,
Or
this
there's
value
no tab.
this value is either going to be an empty string or it's going to be a string with characters inside of it.
So, but null
well,
means
you are using two equal signs. So if you're using two equal signs, if let's just say it's an empty string and you're saying, hey, is this empty string equal to null? JavaScript will convert either your empty string to null or null to an empty string. So they're both falsy values. But if you did strict equality operator with three equal signs, it wouldn't convert it. So this would end up being an empty string. This would be null, and this would never be true.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's only two equal signs, not three.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're actually calling this property here. So instead, like here, you're just saying dot value. Here, you're doing dot value, and you're actually executing a property.
Okay, let's take those
which is a
parentheses
string,
off.
which is a
Let's
string.
go ahead and take- Yeah. Can we? Can we take those parentheses off?
Yeah, do your thing.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna edit my stuff.
Nah,
It's okay
nah,
if you
it's all
okay if
you.
you edit. I'm not gonna be upset.
I've been so eager to just, I haven't had time to like type any code lately, just like very small things here and there. So I'm like so eager to just code right now, man.
Have at it. Have at it. I think I can learn, watching you code as well. But I get it. We all have to learn. So yeah.
I know, I know. I want everyone to go ahead and type it too. All right. So let's go ahead and try it out. So if we press this, displaying events.
Oh,
So we are displaying events. So that means
job.
but there's a problem here, right? There's a logical issue here because we didn't enter anything into search events and we didn't enter anything into search location, and it's still saying display events, which means that these are not
wait, because it has a
returning.
return statement. So if it's neither, then it should return nothing.
It should return nothing. Yeah, we should never make it to console.log if one of these are empty. So
That's
if I do like cooking and I do Boston, then this page says input information or else. So where is this happening? Input information or else. So now when I enter something, it's not working.
Because we're saying if it's not empty to trigger that, but we want it to be empty to trigger that.
Yeah. So
how do we add that?
So you just take out the
That is so hilarious. Okay.
exclamation points, aka the bangs.
Yeah, do your thing. That's all you, Liz.
Because now we're saying if this is empty or null, then you're saying input information because there's no information in there.
Yep. All right, let's try this again. Boom. Input information or else, and then validate input is not defined. So it's calling a function that is not defined. We're going to go ahead and just cut this out because, yep. So let's try this again. Nothing. Input information or else. For some reason, we're still celebrating. Cooking. Boston. And we're getting displaying events. All right, perfect. So now we're displaying events. That looks good. All right, so now what I want to do instead of doing console.logging displaying events, what I want to do is, actually we'll keep that there for now, but I want Parker to break out and work on this. So I want Parker to create this function called display events, and we'll go ahead and create that just above the print event location function. Although if you declare it with this right here, like this old school way of doing things, then you could declare it anywhere because JavaScript will hoist it up to the beginning of the file, so you could call it after you, before you declare it, I mean. And then T, I want you and whoever wants to work with T to go ahead and send a message. So if this block of code, this if statement executes, I want this message instead of alert. We want to send message or send message. I guess we know what we're doing here. I guess technically it's like an error message, or yeah, we could just say error message to be a little more clear because this is an error. This is when they need to do more stuff. Validate error or like validation message, something like that. And then yeah, so T, you just have to modify this right here. Keep in mind that to print the message to
What line are you referring to again?
right here, 17, 18, 19.
Okay,
And
17.
to print it underneath here, if you look at our index.html, we have here. I'm gonna go ahead and cut I'll cut the rain out. We'll leave the confetti just for good spirits. But if we want to print the message underneath the navigation bar, like, hey, you need to either enter an event type or a location, we also need a container to tag that onto. So right now we have our navigation and we have our confetti container. We need a container to actually attach a message to. So we could call that container message, like we can give it an ID of message. And then also Parker, for you and whoever's working with Parker, when you display the events, you're not displaying the events in the navigation, you're displaying the events in the body, in the main section. So you also need a div to attach the events to as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so whoever wants to work with Parker and whoever wants to work with T, feel free to hop out. Everyone could just kind of hang out in the same session. It looks like we only have Liz, and who's the guest?
Probably an
I think
NPC.
that might be me.
Oh, okay,
Maybe.
cool.
Sorry about that.
So I'd say 2 and 2, just so each team has at least 2, since everyone else is kind of just hanging out for now.
Just to clarify, so my display event function, let's say I do cooking Boston, it's gonna show like all the cooking classes in Boston. So bread, pasta, or whatever cooking classes I want. But if I do, I don't know, like running New York, it'll show like different places to run or whatever.
Yeah, so you're not actually going to build any like search functionality into it right now. Just when, regardless of what you enter, just have it print something.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
even if there's like, yeah, because that search functionality is like the next step basically. So just get it to when you, as long as there is something in the inputs, both of them, an event type and a location. When you click that submit button, they display. All the events display. And so when I say all the events, it's like, where are you getting these events from?
Okay.
I have a really quick question, Jim.
Yeah, what's up?
So the send validation message, what exactly am I modifying from that? Because that looks pretty like fine.
So right now, you're logging this to the console, right? So if we send, let's just get rid of, actually, let's take this alert
What?
and let's put it in the send validation message, just to kind of clean things up a little bit. So when we come back to our project and we click this, input information or else. So this is actually the submit validation. This is actually cool. Like some websites do this and they just have an alert box pop up. That's totally fine. But what I thought I heard you say you wanted to do was print a message just down here saying like enter
No.
events.
No, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think I could try it. I don't care too much. I was thinking we could just have a message pop up.
All right, so that works. Do you just want to work with Parker on displaying the results? Everyone could just
Sure.
work with Parker? Yeah, okay, that works. Cool.
Where do we
So since
go?
we're just running this this one line of code, we don't have to create a function. We'd only create a function if we're running more than one line of code, you know. So that's good. And then yeah, so we have a display events. I'm gonna go ahead and just take this confetti stuff out just to like kind of, let's push it all the way to the bottom for now. Actually, we'll put it in a different file. I just want to get it out of the way to clean it up a little bit. So we will just create a confetti.js. Keep that there for now. Cool. All right, so we have our main JS and we need a display events function.
Do you mind hopping on another channel? Parker, I guess. I don't know.
Y'all could just stay right here since everyone's working on the same thing.
Oh, we're all working on the same thing. What? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was really focused on line 17, 18, 19, so What
Oh,
what are you thinking, Parker?
we could actually
I
just.
didn't really, I wasn't really paying attention when you were talking to him about what he was trying to do because I was focusing on my stuff.
Oh, no, no, it's fine. I was trying to clarify like what do you want display events to do. So do you want it just like the simplest thing? So right now, all it does is just a console log for the developer to see, but what does the user want to see when display events is invoked? So let's just make a function, display events, and put something in that function. And then we'll probably have to put something in HTML too in order to use it.
So let me just do a couple things really quickly. Since equals null, you really don't need that. I'm gonna go ahead and just do like we had initially, just to clean this up a little bit. Not that this has to do with display events, but all right, so that just cleans that up a little bit. And so just start your display events like that for now. And then, yeah. So where are you going to display your events, Parker?
Where am I going to display my events?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. What does the HTML look like? So what we'll probably want to do is I'm trying to just think of what it's going to look like. I'm almost thinking I want like a flexbox grid, just like 9 events being shown, 3 in the top, 3 in the middle, 3 in the bottom. So I'm gonna need I need a container and multiple divs. So I can make just like go in the HTML, make a div class container of like event container. So I need to put that in the body. So we're in nav. So let's see. I want
I don't know if you kept talking, but your mic's not working anymore.
No, I'm on push to talk, so it's kind of like hard to like push it plus type on my laptop.
Yeah, you're good.
So he's creating a div class events container that is that in the body? Yeah, that's still in the body.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's spot on with this because once you have this container, you could just use JavaScript to inject the events into this container. That's Parker. As far as this goes, like this is all you need. You just need a container to inject some JavaScript into.
This should probably say div, though.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a closer.
Yeah, nice catch.
Or just delete if you're doing the closer there.
There we go. Yeah, I'm like typoing everywhere. I'm trying to like hold back my grandmother at the same time typing my keyboard. It's like impossible over here. Oh god. Okay, so anyways, so yeah, so all I want to do is just I need something to grab, something for the JavaScript to grab, because we can do like all these developments, but this is probably good enough. Just have this container, events container, and then what I want to do is in the JavaScript. So I'll probably be doing something similar to, let's see, the confetti actually, where I want to create an element. Because it's got to be like on demand. So let me there. Okay. So in that, we're going to want to create an element.
Yes, inside the events container. And when you're like, hey, how do I create an element? You could literally do something as simple as like just adding some text input to make sure that your function is working before you actually create a whole element. But if you're like, hey, okay, I kind of know what I want to inject into this container, then you could do that as well.
So he's creating an element from the HTML code.
Yes.
Okay. To do what?
So he's using the create element method to create a div. Why are you creating that div, Parker?
So what happens when we click on search, I wanted to create a div inside the body and I want to then populate it with whatever's going to pop up. So if I, search cooking Boston, it's going to then create a div of a little image of, a bread making class, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but to get there, let's see. I have to reference how to manipulate the DOM, so I gotta pull. So I'm gonna pull up documentation. So actually, why don't I just share my screen so I can walk you through my process?
Cool.
Let's do that. So let's see, share screen.
I'll stop sharing.
Okay. There we go. All right. So, all right, now we're in business. Now I'll take off push to talk, but you'll probably hear my grandmother's screen. So take off push to talk.
That's
all
okay.
right.
Tell her we said hi.
So okay, so I'm here. All right, so let's go to, I'm gonna do some DOM manipulation. So I'm gonna use the Odin project, it's pretty good. So what I wanna do is, I want to then, let's see, select that container. So I need a query selector. So before that, I'm almost thinking, I wonder if I want it in the JavaScript, in the function, if I want to select that container, the events. It's very similar to the confetti. I'm almost thinking yes, so maybe we'll do that. So events container. So that'll be the document query selector. We use query selector to grab that element. And then we got to spell it right. So whatever I spelled it, it's gonna be, so what was it? Events dash containers. This, and then copy it, then go back to code. Let's see. Is that there? Okay. So, and that would probably be above there. So I want to grab that container and then create a div, but in order to do that, I need to figure out how. So let's see. So what I want to do is take.
I want to do something for you just to challenge you a little more to keep functions focused on
definitely.
what the function does. So you're starting to create a card, right? You want to create like basically a card to represent the event. Inside this card, you might have an image, you might have an event title, you might have some other information representing this event, right? So let's say I cut this out and I just say let card equals create event card, and then we do function create event card. Boom. And then at the end you want to return your event card. So we'll just call this event card. So this function is responsible for literally just creating the cards. When you call it, you're going to store the card right here. And then, so what you're doing in this one, to display events, you need to target the container that's going to be containing the events, right? Then you need to create the event card. How many event cards are you creating? We'll get to that. We'll get to that later. For now, we'll just get one. And then you want to attach card to container.
Now,
so you'll target the container, you'll create a card, and then you'll attach the card. I say attach, but it's a different word that you're going to be using.
Yeah, and I'm probably jumping ahead or getting ahead of myself, but it's like I don't have a size of how big these cards are going to be yet, so I'm not there yet.
That's okay. Yeah, that's styling. You don't even have to worry about styling at all. You just want to get something.
So to attach it, let's see. I think so. I'm just referencing. I want to say. I think. I want to say.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on it?
I don't know. So I'm looking through my documentation, and I don't.
Is it
I
append?
feel like you need to append. I'm just trying to look at the MDN.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Append. Where do you want to append? That was Liz, right?
It's me. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
This has always tripped me up, even in previous stuff. So we just did let card. So we want to do card dot append, don't we?
You want to append the card to
Events container? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So I guess maybe the only thing that would trip me up would be this. Would we throw event container in here?
Yeah, actually, you're just doing it backwards. Events container dot append child card.
See, that has always messed me up.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're good. You're good though. Good try.
So you flip them.
Yep.
Right, because I'm going, okay.
Oh.
I have to visualize it.
Okay. Cool.
There you go. So now you just have to build the card.
Okay. So now let's see.
Assuming we only have one event.
Okay. So now we just need to like tell the card what it is. So like how big it is, small it is, what's in the card, and whatnot. But to do that, I'm trying to think of like the variable we're going to use to reference that, because there's inside display events there's that, but it's only going to stay in the function. So it's not accessible outside the function. Let's see. I don't know.
So you created the div.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the div is gonna be the container. Is gonna be basically like the card container, right? Event card. So let me ask you this: what else do we need inside the card? Like right now, we could just keep it simple. We don't have to add an image or anything. But like, what does an event consist of? When somebody's like, "Hey, there's a big event happening. The name of it is this," and it's like, what do you need to describe an event?
Okay, we can add some text in.
Okay.
So like some inner HTML.
Okay. So a description.
Maybe. Yeah. Yes. Maybe just like H1.
And what's the name of your event, Parker?
Intro to bread. Bread making 101.
Boom. Okay. So you have a title. So you have a title and a description.
Okay.
So the same way that you created the div, you also need to create a title and you need to create a description.
Okay. So like an H1 and a paragraph. And a paragraph can be like a sentence. H1 is the title.
Perfect. That works.
Okay. So can I do that inside the create event function?
That's where you do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Does doing those things have to do with creating an event card?
Yes.
You need those things to create an event card. So yeah, that's where they go. Okay. I'm just trying to get you thinking about like, because there's gonna be times where you just want every function to do what it does and only do that thing. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm thinking, how do I add this? I think I want to do inner. I think I still want to do inner HTML, so maybe just do that. Inner HTML.
And anyone else who's in here, feel free to chip in too.
Okay, let's see. Talking about inner HTML. Let's make people.
I'm just wondering, do we continue to create like similar to this? Do we just basically repeat this?
This what, line 2?
Oh, sorry, I'm not highlighting.
Yeah. So you created the div, you created the container that's going to contain the title and the description. So now
so
you
like
just need
now,
to.
would we potentially to get something on here?
Uh-huh.
Would we potentially be doing kind of the same thing?
Boom. There you go. Oh, it's 8:04. We're gonna be switching over to. I feel like we need more time for this event. I feel like we need more time for the intro to JavaScript because this is my favorite event, honestly. And once we add the intermediate JavaScript and the advanced JavaScript, like, I really enjoy these JavaScript ones. These are good events. I like them. Yep. So H2 makes sense.
H2. And we now do some text, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just, you know what? In case anyone is. That's the section I'm looking at MDN.
Can we have the link?
I just put it in the chat.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How do you add text inside of an element?
Document.create element p. Do we need to have it in a variable?
Wait, why do I keep saying div?
Yes, because right here where you do document.create element h2, you're going to be adding some text. You can't just create the element without adding text to it, because then you're just going to have an h2 element without a title. And so
Oh my god, why does this keep doing this to me?
Okay. So it'll be like title dot inner HTML equals intro to thread making 101.
Yeah.
And there it is. Okay.
Perfect.
So we have that variable of title, create an element of an H header 2, inner HTML. So boom. So this should work.
I think inner text would be better though, because this is just a string. It's not actually HTML.
Oh, sorry. I know you need to.
I thought inner text has like a security flaw.
Does it?
Yeah, I think it's just like an older method. That's what I was.
This is what I'm seeing from MDN. Like,
let's see.
Nothing really matters.
I'll just say bread.
Text content. Yeah, inner HTML, text content, security, inner security flaw. Why text content is better than inner HTML? I bet you if you check 100 different places, they're gonna say. I bet you it's like a preference.
I think so. For our cases, it doesn't matter.
No.
It's not production code, so.
Does this way work?
I
just pulled from. I've never seen this done this way, but I just pulled from.
Oh, but don't we still need to append it though? We still need to append child. So we still need to do.
I haven't done it like this. Normally when I append a child, I just pass in the entire element. Let me see. Yeah, but if there is a reason, then we should definitely know about it and do the research.
Okay.
And stuff.
Yeah. This is interesting. I'd like to see like if that ends up working.
Yeah, both.
Let's try it.
It looks like both work.
So I think it's done.
Could we please store the code somewhere?
What this is saying is when you're using inner HTML, anything can render inside it and you don't have control over it. So this is saying that inner HTML is safe, but inner text, I wonder. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna look more into that though. Honestly, I wanna just understand that because I think understanding security vulnerabilities in front end is definitely like advanced JavaScript. So it's something you want to know. Like if you're brand new, you don't feel like you want to have to dive into it, but it's definitely good to know these sort of things, you know. But for now, nah, you're good. You're good. We're good with either one. Inner text, inner HTML, text content. I mean,
yeah, I think it's just like a best practice thing where maybe it's still used, but it kind of depends on the use case and like the older style versus the newer style. But I remember being told one time, like, if you have an option, you don't get the point, pick one, pick inner HTML.
Yeah. For me, it was always like a clarity thing. Like if what I'm entering into it is text, then I use text content. But there's also times where like I'm actually putting like HTML into it like this.
Yeah.
And then in this case, yeah, I would do inner HTML because this is HTML.
Well, let's try it. Let's see. I'm streaming my screen, but how can I show it?
So this actually is. Let's see what we got so far. So we have our card container. We have our title. Our title has text content. You're doing document.body.append child. So this is actually going to append the child to the body. Not. Someone's got tons of background noise. Can you just mute up?
Oh, it's James.
Hot mic.
But yes, I am here throughout this event. I'm here throughout all the events. But I like to.
Is that you, Jim? Are you pranking us?
No, he's watching one of the video recordings probably. James, you want to just mute up so I don't have to mute you? You got a lot of background noise. Yes, I'm going to post the code to GitHub so you could have access to you. I'll let you know when it's there. So if we do document body.append child, then you're going to just append the child at the end of the, so we have inside our body, we have nav, we have this div, we have this div, and so you'd actually append it right here after the last child. And so to append it to your events container, you need to...
Oh, do you want to share your screen now? I stopped my stream.
Oh, sorry.
Now I want to see it run.
Yeah, so we're creating this event card so that we can attach the title to the event card. So instead of doing document.body append child, we'll do event card append child.
Oh, okay.
And instead of doing, oh yeah, title. So that's gonna attach our title to our event card. We're gonna return our event card. This function should return our event card, and then we will append our card to the events container, and we should see our card.
I think it's going to be like right below the nav bar, because that's where the current HTML is in the page.
Let's
so
see.
I think that's where.
All right. So if we don't enter anything, then boom, we just get nothing. If we do cooking and Boston.
Come on, bread.
Intro to bread making, baby.
All right. Boom.
We're going to a class.
All of that just for this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's out of your mind?
That's
How about you go to HTML and put an H1 and just title it?
Because then it's not reusable. You're gonna see because all right, so yeah, it does seem like super.
But imagine you're the owner of Meetup.com. You have tens of thousands of events.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands.
Are you gonna type in those events one by one?
They've had 100,000 events.
Yeah.
Good point.
A million events stored in a database, and you have to pull you have to pull an array from a database and iterate through that array, and for every event you need to print it. So now this function right here, you could just do a for loop, iterate over that array of all your events and print them programmatically instead of like, you better hire 1 million people to type 1 million H1s if you want to do it in HTML.
Yeah. And that's why when functions are reusable blocks of codes, create a very good function that is easy to read, easy to maintain. It's small, it's not too crazy, so you can use it 1,000 times or 10,000 times because you know what it is.
Yeah, this is create event card too, and eventually if we're like, we create a function called like create user card, and then we have like another function called like create profile cards. Just like, I'm just making something up right now, but then eventually you'll be able to just extract similar functionality out of all of these and just do create card, and then instead of doing like specific cards, you could just do like create card, create card, And your first argument could be like profile, or it could be like data type. So if it's a event, it'll automatically print it the way that an event needs to be printed. If the type is a user, then it'll print it the way a user needs to be printed. So you can see as you start building functions and you see similarities across functions, you can start extracting similar functionality within all the functions into like a more generic function that just really benefits you down the road. So just throwing that out there.
That's a really good point. Now I'm guessing the intro to bread making, that would be changed. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be changed, but there would be added like different canvases that would have their own names, right? It would be like intro to web design, intro to
Yeah.
head sitting or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, depending on what you typed into the search, yes.
Yeah, because right now, if you type in yoga, it'll still pull up bread making. You don't want that. The user doesn't want that. They're like, "What? It's not bread."
Yeah.
Get to a point where this will be like in title.value or whatever.
So
This
I
is
guess
just
my
like the
question,
building blocks of that.
yeah.
Yeah,
so
so
like my
eventually, instead of posting just like, instead of printing just this card, we would replace this with like a for loop. So for event of events, which is our array, and then we'd pass the event into create event card, so that this intro to bread making isn't this, it's event.title. So that's not just like static. The event that's stored here is actually dependent on the array that, yeah, so you'll see it gets pretty cool.
I'm super curious to try something though, if you will permit me.
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing. And then we're gonna hop into I know Aditya and I are gonna be working on building a so basically the problem with, we'll go into it in just a minute. Go ahead, do your thing, Liz, first.
Just because I'm super curious about how this works.
It's actually good, like Parker said, to create functions, because that makes your code smaller and makes it reusable. But I'll tell you, like, you in future, like if you actually work in this job, software development or freelancing, some kind of stuff where you're earning, if your manager is over your head all the time, and if he wants to get that thing done within like 5 minutes, he won't leave your desk, he'll just sit beside you. You won't think anything except just creating those H1 tags all the time. There'll be a point in future, if you work, like you won't go into that kind of analysis. Now since we are free, we will, but you will do at least once, you will do that.
Oh God. Keep me away.
So can you see if this works with just the one line?
Append of let's try it out. So cooking Boston append. Yeah, it worked. It's
So
not an
why didn't that
H1.
go in the H2?
Intro to bread making, and then title.
Interesting. If title is an H2, why didn't it also be an H2?
Let's see. Append string objects. Append child only accept node objects. So yeah, so append child, you're passing the actual element into it, whereas append string, append is just
passing
for
in
string.
straight up the text with no
Yeah, so if you wanted to do something like create, like if you did if instead of a title, or actually for the H2, if you did title.append and you put the, yeah, so that would work. Like if you did title.append, instead of doing like title.text content, like that's another way to add text. That's what it sounds like. I've always just used text content, but
yeah,
it would work. Just another way.
Yeah,
to
it's something new I've seen.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just now, so that was okay.
Let me see. It takes Allows you to append string objects, whereas node append child only accept node objects. Element append has no return value, whereas node append child returns the appended node object. And then param1, a set of node or string objects to insert. Okay, so you could insert any number of string objects. Okay, that makes sense. So you have a div, create that. You have a paragraph, create that. And then you append your paragraph into your div. All right, that makes sense.
Okay.
Append, and then, yeah, so you can append an element, you could append a text, append an element and text. So yeah, this is what you were trying to do, right?
Yeah.
Huh. Some
I
text.
thought it would work out.
P. Okay. Yeah, so you're trying to, what you're trying to do is title dot, what you were trying to do was just append the text that we were injecting into the title with the title. I think you put title there, though, as the second argument instead of H1. I think that would have worked. You want to try that? Just so we could see.
Yeah.
So instead of the title, try H1. That's probably the same functionality. Let's see. And then though if you look at this,
This is confusing because they name it P, so I'm like, do I have to say title or do I have to say?
yeah, let's try this out.
Because we named ours title, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason though, it wasn't
capturing it as an
it
H2.
wasn't an A. Yeah. That's the thing. Let's just type whatever. Yeah, let me look at the
So
elements
now-
really quickly. I just want to see. Okay. Okay, so it's not actually inside. It's not. Yeah. So they're
So
just.
should you then?
It's sequential. It's adding them sequentially. Okay. So if you add intro to bread making and then you add the H2, it's not adding like this text inside of the H2, which is what we want. It's just adding. It's adding this and then it's adding this. Yep. So separate. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I guess we will hop into the other one now. Close this out. Nonprofit Navigator. Here we go. All right, so who was here yesterday? We had Tiffany and Angel were working on something. I think we need to make a pull request for them, so let's check that out really quickly. I don't see any pull requests. Did you guys finish that? I know you said.
No, we didn't finish it. I wanted you to review it with me so that I can make sure I was doing the right thing because it was something I hadn't done before.
All right, cool. Do you want to share your screen and just share with everybody and we'll just check it out?
Yeah, give me just a moment to set up and then I will share my screen.
Yeah, do your thing. And then who else did we have working on something yesterday? I know, so what me and Aditya decided we were going to do was we have this API that we're going to use to pull in real nonprofit organization data. And because we have API keys, and like best practice, at least everything I've learned is you don't want to store API keys in the front end. The only time you want to use API keys is if you have a server working on the back end, just so that nobody who's using your browser can access these API keys. You want to keep them hidden. You don't want people who are using your website to have access to them. And so instead of putting it in the front end code, Aditya and I decided that we were going to just launch a backend server through Heroku. Just its primary purpose is just to make a request to this API with our API keys used as, I guess we're going to put them as environmental variables, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I was going through it, like, we need to deploy the endpoint. So we are going to create like kind of like a separate API kind of backend app, which will be very small app,
Yep.
which will be basically interacting with the external API, so that the client people, that is like you guys who are basically going to access it from JavaScript, you wouldn't have access to the API. So it would be basically just our application, which you won't be able to access. You just need to access the API which we will give you, basically the URL. You just need to hit that URL, get the data, and we will it's basically a two-layer thing. You guys will hit one endpoint, one API, one URL, and that URL which we will create will be accessing the external URL, which is the non-profit URL. So
Okay, this is kind of a mess here, but
You're good.
this is what I came up with. Let me see if I can remember what was going on. Okay.
Aditya is gonna be
So,
your boss, looking over your shoulder right now tonight.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get fired.
I'm used to it. I have worse.
Unfortunately, instead of making a new method, which is what I should have done, I kind of bulldozed over the old method, which is not good. So, anyway, besides that, I was kind of just like putting the steps together as we went along. So I found that this is how you create an element with the document.create element div. And then I stuck that in a volunteer card. And then I made the image and the content, and I stuck those inside this. Oh, actually, hold on. I appended those down here, actually. And then I created the name and this stuff, which I still have to add the tag, actually. Yeah, so, and then everything gets appended down here. And all that was left that we didn't really get to yesterday was to add these text here to each of these tags, which is going to happen with, I think, just so what you guys did earlier. I don't know if it works with backticks. Basically, just copy this all the way down. Oh, I had already written it down here, actually.
I believe volunteer name is just gonna be a string, right? Is volunteer name gonna return a string? If so, you might not even need the backticks. You could just do volunteer name, I believe. You don't even need to put it in
oh,
string.
not even with quotes. Oh, that's correct, actually.
Because the value inside of it is a string. Yeah.
Oh, look at that, even simpler. Okay, that makes sense. But does everything else look correct? Because I haven't done this before. I usually just go right for the HTML.
No, it looks pretty accurate. I mean, you are creating an image, content, name, location, description. You're adding a class to each one of them. I mean, there might be, besides the fact that there might be some typos in there, it looks accurate, yeah. And then you're just appending everything. Volunteer card dot append child, image, content. Yeah, so the content is wrapping up the name.
I think instead of append child, oops.
You do have a typo in description. Content dot append child description. You're missing an S. Besides that, everything looks clean.
Okay.
Yeah. Right there.
Okay, and then I can erase this from the old one. I don't know if you wanna do you want me to add the old version of it?
I would say go ahead and just extract this code out of the show search results. And so the only thing you don't want to extract is if volunteer.name. I guess there's like a couple different ways you could do this depending on who you are. But I would say if volunteer.name starts with input keyword, then build volunteer card or create volunteer card and pass in the volunteer.
Oh, okay, so you would break this out into a separate function?
Yeah, I'd just break
and then have it plug in. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Is that okay with you, boss?
Okay, what should we call it?
I won't shout. I've actually been shouted on me, so I won't do that.
Okay, you can start now. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, but that looks good. You guys busted that out pretty quick yesterday too. You didn't do any work after we signed off, did you?
Maybe like 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Nice.
But then she ended up she had to go as well. So.
Mhm.
And then let's see. And what got passed into here? The volunteer card. Then I build this card, right?
Yeah, so you're using the
And then
volunteer
you need to
name.
pass this volunteer. Okay, so I can just here. And then that would be it there. Okay, so that works. And then I just have to add this right
Yeah.
here. Volunteer.
And you
That's a
wanna
lot cleaner.
you wanna return the card from that function so that instead of doing build volunteer card, just do like let card equals build volunteer card, and then you append that card onto the end.
Wait, which one? Let the search result div?
Yeah, you could just call it whatever card or
Okay.
whatever, because you want to do that for each card. Yeah. And
Build
then
volunteer
as
card,
long-
and then this would return card.
Yeah. If that's the main container, volunteer card is the div. Yeah, volunteer card. Yep. Boom. Damn.
All right,
And
that's it for me.
then-
How do I push this
Hold
up?
on, but then if volunteer name starts with input, go back up.
Mhm.
So you have
Actually, I would like to
search
test it
results.
out.
Search results div. That's where you're putting all the cards, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you want to take that search results div dot append child.
Mm-hmm.
And
So that means I would have to take this component here
no, you
and move it into the function too, right?
no. You keep that there. But see the search results div dot append child.
Yeah.
Take that and put it just right under let card, where you build the card, and append it. Yeah, and instead of volunteer card, just put card. Yeah, there you go. Because for each card you build, you want to append it. Yeah. And then I don't know if you were putting that break in between each card or just at the end. I think it's in between.
That was supposed to be in between because that's what you wanted, and that's what it said in the. So I think that would go like that, right?
So boom. Yeah. Now that's a nice, clean, focused function there.
Got it. Okay, so now it's going through all the ones that have input keyword. And it's building a card for each one, and then slapping that card onto the results, and then adding a break in between, and then doing it again.
Cool. Yeah, as long as there's no like logical errors or anything, it should be good.
I guess we'll find out. How would I check?
Go ahead and just you could just like drag the index.html into the browser and try it out, or if you have live server, you could pull up a live server.
Hold on 1 sec.
Yeah, if you're gonna push it, I think it would be good if you put git dot a and then all, and that's pretty much all you need.
Search. What are the names?
NSF was the one I've been using because that should show too.
Yeah, those are real names, okay? They are not like funny names. The NSF means National Science Foundation.
Try capital NSF because we don't have any function for lowercase, and I think only the first input is working right now.
Okay.
Yeah, capital NSF. Check the console.
Nope, I broke it.
Check the console.
A pen child is not a function.
So main.js 74.
S7. Right here.
There you go.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna blame that one on Tiffany. I was trying to get her to type it all out.
Press refresh. Yeah.
Let's see.
Blame that one on Tiffany.
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Okay.
There you go. You're good to go.
Okay. Everything's working. The
Though,
card doesn't look right.
yeah, the card doesn't have. So my guess is when you added the class list, when you added a class to the class list, that let me
Yeah.
see, name dot
That's
class
just...
name. It should be a capital N in each one of those, I believe. And
okay.
and then and I don't think it's class name. I think that's actually React. I believe it would just
Is
be
it? Okay, I might have been looking up the wrong tutorial.
Yeah,
Let's check it out.
class list dot add, and then yeah. There you go. Yeah. Change one of them
Right
just so
there,
you
right?
can see. Go and just change one of them. So instead of class name, go to like volunteer card because I believe we put a border around that one, like the one at the top. Do volunteer card dot class list, capital L, dot add.
Like this?
Yeah. Try
All
that.
right.
Yeah, we should see a border.
No. Is maybe you got the class names wrong or something?
Volunteer
Let's check.
card.
Do you think can you hear me okay? I don't know if my mic's coming through.
Oh wait, we don't have any classes here.
No, we don't have anything.
Can
that
you
says
hear me
All
okay?
right. Well, let me...
Yeah, we can
Yes.
hear
Sorry.
you. See.
Okay. Sorry, no, I just wanted to add something. Are you have you edited the HTML to create the cards or no?
I think we did that yesterday, but I don't know if I pulled it correctly or not. I thought I did, but it's appearing like we don't have the classes that we did right. So I'm just checking if the code works. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it works if we have the classes. I just didn't put the classes.
Though
I just don't
try
have the
try a
updated
git
classes.
poll. You might just have to update. I think you did a git poll yesterday though, and it said everything up to date, right?
It didn't work. You can do it with me now. Let's see.
Yeah, now
I was doing
I'm
something.
not sure because you have made changes, right, in that file. So
Yeah.
if you do git pull, there might be some merge conflict.
Yeah. Huh. Already up to date. Interesting. Let me see something real quick.
Is it? My computer's lagging. I can't even see anything yet.
Yeah, or some other branch. I think it's not 20.
Right, there we go. Yeah, it must be the wrong branch that I updated off. But the function's there. Maybe I can just pass you this bit of code in the text, or just send you the text and then you can do the rest.
Yeah, volunteer card. It's on the.
Here, I'll go from up here to down here.
Here. Just
And then-
just do this.
What? Well, that's
I'm
trippy.
thinking because we have the CSS styles on the volunteer search branch. So I believe. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna yeah. Give me 1 second. Trying to think of the best way to do this because because I have the CSS code on the volunteer search branch, and you have. I don't think I have access to your branch here. So why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead and make a pull request? I'm gonna go ahead and merge your code into the volunteer search branch. If there's any problems on my end, I'll go ahead and make modification.
One more thing, what usually, Jim, you can do is like, so if you know that your code is very small, and if you want to like pull someone else's code in your branch, so what usually you can do is you can just copy that part code and paste it somewhere for backup and type git stash.
That's what I was gonna do.
So it will remove all your changes and then you can merge someone else's changes into your branch and then you won't find merge conflict and then just paste back your code.
Okay, can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry. Hello.
Do you want to walk him through that, Aditya? I haven't used git stash many
Yeah.
times.
What? Yeah. What exactly? How much is your code? Like, what part of your code you have written like is new, like which is not there, or
Okay, I'll show you. Okay, so this used to be a different function right here. And then I replaced what was inside of this, which was pure HTML. I replaced this with this function here, and then I wrote this function over here that gets plugged into
okay.
that.
So copy
So
both the
everything, this is new, and then this little section in here is new.
yeah, I mean copy both the functions like show search results
Okay.
and like build. Just copy them.
Got
Uh, yeah,
it.
and yeah, and then just create like a separate file or have like a notepad where you can keep this code for a while,
Okay.
just for
Just a
backup.
second here.
Like just temp.js or something, or like somewhere like it's just randomly. Yeah.
Okay.
Save it because I don't want it to go away. So just save it as a
Okay.
temp.js.
I'm just gonna save it in the chat. Okay. It's this easiest.
Okay, yeah, wherever like you feel like just save it.
There you
Now, uh,
go.
now what you can do is
Okay, we're ready.
go to terminal. So first check like what like just do one. You can do one more thing, like just do git pull to that branch. Like I mean, when you're doing no, so you change. You need to switch to volunteer search. Just switch to volunteer search. Because this git pull is giving you up to date, right? But your the main CSS changes are in volunteer search, right?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Wait, it didn't
So
switch Git.
so you can just do git. Okay.
Wait, what? Go ahead.
Okay. Do one thing. Just do git stash now. Just type git stash. Oh, yeah. Just do git stash. Okay. Now do that.
Do Git
Git checkout
checkout.
volunteer search. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Now this will have the just open CSS file and see if it has the CSS changes or not, which Jim was saying. Jim, does it have the
Yes,
changes?
right here.
Yes.
Right here, yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
That's it. Now what you can do is like what your text file is, like whatever. This should be the old code, right?
Yes, it's right here, yeah.
Yeah, just copy now back your code, whatever code you have in the chat, and just paste it, replace it with this code, and remove that old code. Like, yeah, and just now just like yeah, now just run it and test it. So what git stash does is basically whatever changes you have which are like staged, which are not like yet committed, but they are still there, unstaged, I would say. It basically wipes everything out.
Okay.
All your changes will be removed. That's what gets, but you have to ensure that you have the backup of the code somewhere.
There you go. In mobile, it'll look good. Yeah, there you go. Though I believe we should have images too, so there's something wrong with the image.
Maybe it doesn't have dimensions. Let me check in the CSS.
Volunteer
Image.
image.
Yeah, it does. So maybe I just have the wrong class
Yeah.
name. Let me check.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's why we test
that
things.
is something that me and Angel had worked on yesterday.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
remember?
Mhm.
Awesome. Great. So yeah, now we're just kind of trying to blend it together with the
Oh
other stuff.
yeah. The class name.
Where is it? I don't see it.
You actually got to
Oh, it's
change
here.
all it. So instead of class name, just do class list.add to all of them.
Oh, that's right. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So you copied the old code, like the class name code.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not the best, most efficient coder. That's why I take my time.
No, it's
I definitely work like an artist, not like a scientist.
Nice. What's up, Tiffany? How was class?
Class was good. I completed all my assignments,
Nice.
and I pretty much got an A in the class.
Nice.
That's awesome.
What was the class?
I just got 2 more classes to go. So,
Nice. What are you studying in school?
software development. I'm going for a certificate in software development.
Oh, okay. Nice, nice.
So I have a web development class where we're doing HTML, CSS, and a little bit of JavaScript.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a Java class and a Python class. And then in the spring I'll be taking a JavaScript class and with the same teacher. And then I'm taking something called Principle of Software Development. So I guess learning the different stages of software development. I think that's what that class is.
Mm.
So it's CIS 245 and CIS 182 in the spring.
Gotcha, gotcha. Wow, you're doing tons of software stuff.
Yes, and then I'm actually going to stick to your boot camp, and then I have another boot camp that starts on Friday. So
We did it.
and
There we go. Nice,
yeah,
nice.
and that boot camp is pretty much the first month he's going to be teaching me hands-on JavaScript. So every single day we're going to be doing something in JavaScript.
You're gonna be a pro by then.
That's why I joined his boot camp, because he pretty much is teaching you how to be you eventually become a full stack where you learn everything. And then if you complete the boot camp really good, if you're really good at what you do and you show him that you have acknowledged the skills that he has taught you, he will offer you an internship with his business.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
It sounds like a nice connection to have too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's part of his name is Fernando. So he's part of New Camp. He graduated from there, and then he's in school right now for computer science in another degree, and then he started his own company. So I think I'm probably one of the first one that's part of his mentorship. So it's like a mentorship program where we're doing everything hands-on. He teaching me everything to be like similar to a JavaScript developer. So you're teaching everything with JavaScript, like TypeScript, React. So you're doing like baby steps.
Yeah. Nice,
Mhm.
nice.
Jim,
Mhm.
is it the same Fernando?
Nah, nah, different Fernando.
This is his name is Fernando. Got his last name.
Perez?
Yes, I think I no.
Imagine if Fernando's running a boot camp on the low, no one knows about it. I keep encouraging Fernando to like teach, man, because Fernando's such a good teacher. I wish he would. He's a little shy, but he's so good, man.
Aw.
He's a savant, man. When it comes to breaking down out, he's so good, man. I remember
On
when
Trio.
I remember
Yeah.
when Fernando first started coming to events years ago, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. He couldn't even speak any English, man. Like I remember when he would first come into the events, I'd be like, "Hey, Fernando, what's up? How you doing, man?" And he'd be like, He would say like 3 times. He'd be like, You could tell, you could hear like the keyboard working in the background. You hear him like typing, doing Google Translate, and then he'd be like, "Good." Just one word, man. Just one word. Good,
Wow.
good. Like
Good.
his English was just, and now he's speaking to see just not even his advancement in coding, to see his advancement in English. I'm like, man, I love it. I love it.
That's cool.
It's so cool to see.
That's so cool.
Look at Angel going ahead and starting to making this look pretty, huh? Yeah, so you could go ahead and push this. We'll merge this right in, and then yeah, it looks like you're interested in doing a little style.
Yeah, I love
so.
doing CSS. Yeah, it's my thing. I just got a little side gig doing CSS only, so it's fun.
Oh, nice, nice, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead and so now he's on the volunteer search branch, though, right, Aditya?
Yeah. So he's on the volunteer search branch. So I think what he can do is he can create a separate branch, like new issue or new changes from this branch.
Can't he just shift all of these changes from the volunteer search branch to the branch he was already working on?
uh just try it, because if it works, then like it shouldn't be an issue actually, but he can try it because I think the changes in that 20 branch got stashed, so there shouldn't be any changes there, so I think that should work. But just try it out, just like check out to that branch and see if it gives an error. Like if you check out to that branch and there's just type git
So,
status, then it will show you what files you have made changes.
so I go back to the old file or just go to a new
Yeah,
branch?
so go to terminal and go to just do git checkout 20.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever your old branch was.
Good. Should be
Would be
overwritten. Check out.
overwritten. Local changes in the following. Yeah, I think it's not like allowing you to switch to those branches for some reason. I'm not sure it should allow.
How
I think
about
probably there are some
uh,
changes there in that branch.
Let me see.
how about I just do a new branch? Call
Hyphen
it
B.
it.
Yeah.
22.
Yeah.
22. All right, that's funny. Sorry.
Now you can push these changes from this
Uh-oh.
branch. No, no. Add, commit, and then push.
Where did
Okay,
you stash the changes? You stashed the changes on the 20 branch,
I have no
right?
idea. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
actually, he stashed the changes 20, so it should work when he checkouts to that branch. But I'm not sure why it's not
Sorry
working.
about it. It's gone.
No, okay. Like usually, like you can just check if it's the right files. So you can just do git status first and see if you have seen all the green files. I mean, now you won't see it because you did commit, right? So
Yeah.
now it's fine. Like you can see 2 files changed, so I think it's good. You can see 2 files changed, so yeah, that should be good. Just do git push. Oh, you okay?
I guess that.
From 20 into not into main. I think it's into volunteer search, right?
Please stop me if I'm doing something wrong.
What was the error you got?
Let me just stop
Local
on
changes.
No, I think Jim, he's merging from 2022 to main branch. So I'm just telling, I think he should merge into volunteer branch, right? Volunteer
Okay, so I
search.
do.
Can you scroll up? Can you scroll up just a little bit? I wanted to see what that error you got was. What was it?
Which one? Up here?
Your
Oh, this
local
one?
changes. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I want to just type that. I just want to see what that error does. Your local. What did it say?
So
Your
his
local
local
changes
changes
to the following
will be
files.
overwritten by checkout.
It says your local. Say that one more time. I can't read it.
Local changes to the following files would be overwritten by checkout.
To the following files would be overwritten by checkout.
Yeah. So, Angel, I think what you can do is, just like, so yeah, not volunteer. You need to push the new branch which you created, which is 2022, 22.
To origin?
Yeah, you can
Or
do
just
origin.
like.
Yeah, I mean origin
Like
and then
this?
22. Yeah.
Okay.
So this should push your changes. Now
Okay.
you can like go to like GitHub, Git desktop. Yeah, you can just see your branch pushed or not here. Okay, yeah, you can see. Now just do compare and pull request.
Sure thing, boss.
Yeah, so this should yeah.
Okay. Let me
I
change
think
this
it's
to
not
something.
main. I think it's volunteer search. So instead of base main, put volunteer search.
Yeah.
It should be you created the branch from volunteer search, right? So yeah. Yep. I think that should work. Yeah, I can quickly test it as well.
Ah, okay. So if you guys might already fixed it, but basically what it's saying is if you're on the feature branch and you've made changes to the feature branch and you want to move those features to the to-do branch, like the 20 branch, then before trying to move over to the 20 branch, because you were getting the error, you can't move over to the 20 branch, because if you move over to the 20 branch, then the changes you just made on the feature branch are going to be overwritten. So what you want to do is you want to stash the changes you just made on the feature branch. That way it's gonna push those changes that you just made onto like some sort of stack within the Git program. And then you'll be able to move over to your 20 branch without that error. Once you move over to the 20 branch, then you'll be able to do git pop, and that'll pop off the last stash you did. So all those changes that you stashed on the feature branch will pop off and will be on the 20 branch.
Okay, so instead of making a new branch, I could have gone git stash in the. I was in the volunteer search branch.
Git stash on the volunteer search, and then when you did git checkout to your 20 branch, you could have done git pop, and that would have made all your changes show up on. But doing the new branch works too. I'm just saying that's like another way of doing it.
Yeah, that would have been like the fixing the problem that you started.
Yeah.
This is the just ignore the problem and find a new way to do it.
Yeah. Go around the problem. But it's all the end result is still the same.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm creating the pull request.
Okay. Cool.
Review required. Okay, so there's some merge conflict, and I'm guessing it's with the. Actually, I have no idea.
Let's check it out.
I guess we'll figure that out.
Updated
How do we
search
check?
There is no merge conflict. It's basically merging is blocked.
Where do I go?
There's no merge conflict, so he will check. Jim will check.
Oh,
it's like it's blocked basically.
Yeah, go ahead and share my screen so you can see what I'm seeing on this end.
Sounds good.
So I went to pull request, updated search results with JavaScript rendering. Sounds good. Removed old HTML based rendering for search results. Review required. Let's check out this code. So just made a couple string. Same. All right, so you must have like auto formatting. So basically you changed all of the yeah, okay. So we were in JSON format, now it's just object format, which is fine. We'll be able to stringify that when we actually place it in storage if we do. All right, so we removed the HTML. And same thing, you just modified the quotes, looks good. You cut out all this nasty HTML. Just do the check. If the name starts with, create the card, append the card, create the break, cool. And then you have your brand new function here, which works, and the classes all work, right? And then same thing, you just you have that auto formatting program, so it's just changing all the single quotes to double quotes. Style CSS, I believe you just made a couple changes here. Yeah, so you added a little styling, border radius, color, cool. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Great job. Who is it? Tiff and Angel, right? Tiffany. Do you prefer Tiff or Tiffany?
Tiff is fine.
And Angel is EL, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Are we still moving the code to GitHub or?
There are.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Yeah.
Can you see this the screen share?
Yes, I see it right here.
So
Yep.
no
He's just about to finish pushing it up to the volunteer search branch.
Okay.
Cool. So we just moved it from 22 to volunteer search. Now if we come back here and we check out the volunteer search, you should see all of that clean JavaScript. Cool. Nice. Awesome job, y'all. 8:58. We're about to do the data structure and algorithm event, so that's gonna be fun. I have man, so I'm really loving the JavaScript events more than anything. I want to launch the intermediate and the advanced JavaScript stuff sooner than later, so we can start moving more into like modules, classes, advanced JavaScript for the people who are ready for it. So I'm really excited about that. Everything JavaScript related, I'm really excited about that. The HTML and CSS, it's cool. It's just slow. Lots of really new people. So
It's still a programming language.
HTML and CSS.
Some people are arguing
That's
how much you can do with
that's
it these days.
debatable, bro. That's
Hypertext markup language. He uses tags. Jeez.
yeah. But yeah, so whoever wants to join us in the data structure algorithm event, feel free to hop in there. That's a fun one. I'm going to share my solution from yesterday. I'm going to share the linked list one from yesterday. I finally got my C solution working, so I'm going to share that. I'm still working on my Medium that I posted today, but we'll see how that goes. All right, so I guess when we come on tomorrow's the last day of the week. So I don't know if I know me and Aditya were planning on doing that server thing, so I definitely want to do that. That sounds pretty fun. And then we could go ahead and I could either create another issue that everyone else wants to work on. I saw Angel doing the CSS, so I don't know if you're interested in doing the style in there, or if everyone just wants to join me and Aditya in doing that. And I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it's better to split up into multiple different tasks or stick together? Because the way we just did this, where we like worked through Angel's code just together, I kind of like that. Even though everybody's just working on one task together, I kind of like that.
Maybe we could have people have like a primary issue, and then maybe if some people want to break off into like secondary tasks that are separate, I think that might be fun. Because sometimes I know some people are going over something that's a bit more like for newer people, and sometimes I want to get my hands on some code and I can't.
Yeah, true. So do it in a way where everybody could like get their
Maybe
hands
even if it was
dirty.
just like small tasks to keep to get something in for the night.
Yeah. Get more done that way, you're saying? And everyone has a
Oh,
chance to get
mostly just
involved.
because I like to interact. I think that's what I lack the most is just like a reason to get voting, and so that's helpful for me.
Yeah. Get your hands dirty. Cool. All right. Well, then I will, whoever's coming to this event tomorrow, I will see y'all at 8 p.m.
Thank you so
Eastern.
much, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to hop over to the data structures channel now.
Don't forget to read my message, Jem.
Oh, yeah. The multi-page one, right?
The one that started at 4, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm going to check it right now before we start the data structure event.
Cool.
Cool. See y'all in a minute. All right. What's up?
Again.
What's up? Long time no see, everybody.
Yeah. So, what did you think of the message?
I think you're spot on. I think having like clear expectations is a very good idea. I remember when I was hiring salespeople, it was the same thing. Like that was one whole day of training. Was I let everybody know the expectations of being on my team, and I was totally cool if people walked out. I'm like, look, this is your chance to leave. You don't have to be here. I'm not gonna chase you down. If you don't think that you're gonna be a good fit, then it's better that we find this out now than we find this out 3 months later. You know, so expectations was a major piece of it. So I really like that advice. That was good advice.
So like reiterating that for every session, be like, you know, hey guys, this is, you know, pretty serious stuff. You know, consistency is really important. You know, just have like a quick little thing to say to like when you first start a session, just kind of reiterating. I think people really like repetition, and this is why we get like brainwashed. We can easily get brainwashed through music and through TV and whatever because of that repetition. So
Yeah.
I don't think it would hurt. I honestly don't think it would hurt at all. So
To just, yeah, let people know. But yeah, I think another part of it is just like the HTML and CSS stuff is just so boring to me. I love like the JavaScript events. They go by so fast. I have so much fun in those. We play around, we experiment, we're having fun. It's good. HTML and CSS, I'm just like, man, I feel like.
couldn't you have like a format where you can just look at and use like a template to look to like just reuse for every different project?
Yeah, I think HTML and CSS, I feel like all that is out there. I feel like you could learn HTML and CSS in a week if you really just like watch some YouTube videos and built a couple projects. Like it's really not that hard. JavaScript is a little more difficult, you know, but it gives you the opportunity to teach more like computer science topics as well. But
yeah. So what I'm saying is like having a template, right? That we just copy and paste, be like, don't worry about HTML, CSS, we'll just focus on JavaScript. You know what I mean?
So just given the HTML and CSS code, basically.
Yeah, and then we can just edit on our way, like edit it as we progress with JavaScript. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was thinking about just switching entirely to Introduction to JavaScript, Intermediate, and Advanced JavaScript, and then having projects to work on. Having like
I think that works. I think that really does work. Yeah.
Yeah, like real world projects when people are ready to hop onto a real world like open source project, then they could do that too, and that's part of it.
Yeah. And then you already have videos on HTML, CSS that you can just revert people to.
Oh my goodness, there's so many. Yeah, there's so many. Just getting your hands dirty, being on a team, typing code, like working with other people, collaborating, like that's something you can't get from a video, you know? That's what I feel is like the real value here for me and for everybody else, you know? So, yeah. All right, thanks again for your feedback. I'm going to go to my data structure algorithm. All right. So we'll get right to it tonight. No waiting. We'll do the easy one, and then we will go to... I want to share my medium one from yesterday because I finally got it working in C, so I want to just like get the experience of actually articulating this linked list solution here the best that I can. The first one was a JavaScript one, and it was super easy anyways. I bet you everybody's code looks exactly the same too. So does anyone want to share the JavaScript one? I'll skip that one and just give everyone the opportunity.
Are you talking about the one from last night? I shared the one.
No. So let me pull up. I'm going to go ahead and let me just pull up the problem, and I'll go over the easy problem for today. And then I'll give someone the opportunity to share their solution if they have it. Otherwise, I'll share my solution. Let's see. All right, I just shared my screen. So the problem was, given an integer array R and a filtering function fn, return a filtered array called filtered array. The fn function takes one or two arguments. So it takes Ri, so one of the elements of the array, so a number from the array, and the index, the current index of the element from the array. Filtered R should only contain the elements from the R for which the expression function RII evaluates to a truthy value. A truthy value is a value where a Boolean value returns true. Please solve it without the built-in array filter method. So if you look at the first example, I actually didn't see that and I used the built-in method. So if you look at the first example, we have this array 0, 10, 20, 30. We also have this function that was passed in. This function is called greater than 10. So when you pass one of these elements in, it's just going to check, is n greater than 10? So for the first one and the second one, it's going to return false. For the third and fourth one, it's going to return true. So the filtered array is going to be 20 and 30. For the second one, we have 1, 2, and 3. Function is first index. So we're just checking to see if they are the first index. So in this one, we're checking if I equals 0. So for the first one, it's true. For the second one, it's false. For the third one, it's false. So we'll just have the value of 1. And for the third one, our array looks like this. Our function is +1. So we just return n plus 1. The only time this would return false is for this one, I believe. -1, because -1 plus 1 is 0. And you wouldn't return anything. So it'd be truthy for this one, this one, this one, and this one. And yeah, then you get -2, 0, 1, and 2. So pretty simple. Does anyone want to give it a shot?
Sorry. You're talking about the easy one?
Yeah.
I solved it. I can show you if you want.
Yeah, do your thing.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom. So do your thing.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen to you guys and girls. So is everyone able to see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so basically the idea here is you're passing to this function, right? An array containing elements, which are numbers, and a function that does something. Like this one tells me if a number is greater than 10. This one tells me if you know, the index is equal to 0. So it's gonna, whatever you input here, it's gonna return something that is either true or false. As far as I remember, maybe not this one, I don't know. But so basically I created an array to store the results before anything. And then I iterate through the original array, R. So you know the ropes, right? You iterate from 0 till the length of the array, and you increase I by 1 after each loop. So if the function returns true, you push the element through the result array. But it's important to notice that the condition is if function, and then you pass both conditions, both arguments, right? Because for example, this second example doesn't really use n. So if you just pass n, you don't and don't pass I, you're gonna have a problem. So you need to pass always both. This second one is gonna be ignored here because it only asks for one argument, and it's gonna be ignored here because it only asks for one argument. So I is gonna be ignored, but it's not gonna be ignored in the second case. But the first one will be. So it's always important to pass both. You pass the element, well, the current element, which is the element at position I in the array, and you pass the index itself, the position. So it would be like R0 and 0. And for example, R0 it's gonna return 0. It's gonna say, oh, is n bigger than 10? No, it's not. When for I1, is 10 bigger than 10? No, it's not. It's the same number. Is 20? Yes, true. Is 30? Yes, true. And each time the condition is true, you just push it to the result. You push the element to the result array. So both of these values are not true, but these ones are. They match the condition, so they go to the result array. This one here, it's quite simple. You're passing n and I, but you only use I. So when index is 0, it's gonna ask for the index of this number, right? Is 0. The index of this number is 1, and the index of this number is 2. So for the first number, it's gonna ask, is 0 equal to 0? Yes, it is. And therefore, it's gonna push the element. Here you go. Push the element to the result array. And notice that this is agnostic. It doesn't matter really what the logic is inside of the function, as long as you call the function as a conditional, and you pass both arguments, for the parameters that are available. And of course, for the third one, it's pretty much the same idea. For each element, it's got, let's say, array R1 is going to be -2. How much is -2 plus 1? It's minus 1, right? And there you go. Yeah, I don't know why it's not being counted here. It shouldn't be -1. I don't know. Anyway, let's see yeah, it's correct. Yeah. Anyway, I don't really understand why this is not returning what I thought it was going to return. But in any case, what matters is that you have to call the function with both n and I as a condition, and you push whatever elements match. Like whenever this is true, or a positive number or whatever, you push it to the result array, and then after all the loop, you just return the result array with the elements that match each function. So each function, match the function, because of course it's individual for every case. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. If you don't understand, just let me know, because yeah, it's a little bit tricky, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Daniel, is that is that your is that for which problem again?
The easy one.
Yeah, the var filter function.
Yeah. Do you want me to see the?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, this one. Let me close this.
Or is that for
yeah.
1 or 2 or 3?
Sorry, what?
What is that from? Okay, I think I see.
This is the easy problem for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just my code with all the comments, right? The pseudocode and all that.
Logged it?
What?
I'm sorry. Have you been able to pass it through?
Oh yeah. Submission. You see that it's been accepted. I can do it again. If I submit it, it should, unless they changed something, it should pass. It passed. It's quite decent, I guess. But yeah, the idea is just like, have an array where you're gonna store all elements that match whatever the function wants. Loop through the array, the original array, right? Not the results array, the original array. And if this condition is satisfied, this function returns a value that is what you want.
Truthy.
you just push it to the result array, and then after all the loop, you just return results. So I'm probably making it sound more complicated than it actually is.
Yeah,
But it's basically
that's
you're creating filter without actually using the filter method, kind of.
yeah, that's super straightforward.
Do you mind zooming in? Sorry, it's just too much of a white screen.
I was just gonna say the -1 and the 1 on the third example. That second one, the -1 doesn't return as truthy because -1 plus 1 is 0 and 0 is falsy. So the function is going to return a falsy value instead of a truthy one. But besides that,
Okay.
everything is
Yeah.
clear and straightforward.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was probably something like that. Yeah, it just said falsy values. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So,
Yeah.
my bad.
Nah, you're good, man. Does anyone else have a solution for this one? Nick, do you want to share your solution in Python to this problem in the chat? That'd be cool. Yeah, T, we're switching this event up a little
You
bit.
can't do Python, right? Because it's just allowing TypeScript and JavaScript.
Oh, yeah. True. This one is just... Oh, yeah. True. All right. I was going to say, does anyone else have a solution to this problem? But it's just like, it's pretty straightforward. Like, that's pretty much the solution
I
right
did
there.
the filter function only because I wanted to learn filter function.
I did the filter function because I didn't read the description well enough.
Same. Actually, I also didn't read. I was like, I wanted to and I was so craving to write the filter function. And I was like, now when Daniel explained, when you were explaining the problem, that without filter, I was like, oh shit, I didn't do it.
Yeah. All right, I want to actually share the medium from yesterday because I just want to like get an opportunity to share it. I just completed it, so if we look at, let me share my screen really quickly, and then I'm still working through the medium problem for today, so maybe I'll have that tomorrow, but maybe not. We'll see. C's been challenging for sure. Yeah, on the medium that we have for today, I'm stuck on like one of the pointers. I know it's one of the point. I'll figure it out. I just got to walk through the code step by step. But basically, am I sharing? Yeah. So yesterday's medium was given the head of a linked list. So we have our head of a linked list. Between every pair of adjacent nodes, insert a new node with the value equal to the greatest common divisor. So we start with a linked list of 18, 6, 10, and 3. So in between 18 and 6, we want to insert the common divisor of 18 and 6. So you can see in this one, we put 6 in between 18 and 6. And then we have 6 and 10. We want to place the greatest common divisor in between these two nodes, and the greatest common divisor of 6 and 10 is 2. So we place that there. And then we have 10 and 3, and in between those, we want to place the greatest common divisor. The greatest common divisor of 10 and 3 is 1. So we place 1 in between 10 and 3, basically. And so my code is, so basically I separated all my functions. So I have the list node, which is just an integer value in the next. I'm actually like I'm pre-allocating the memory for the next node. So I'm already getting the memory ready to add another node. Every time I create a node, I'm creating a space in memory for the next node just to be prepared and just to increase the dynamicism of the linked list. I have my GCD method. It's very similar to everybody who shared their GCD method yesterday, so I'm not going to go over this in detail. It's basically finding the GCD. Aditya and Daniel went over this method pretty well last night, so I'm not even going to spend any time on it. If you're interested in learning more about the GCD, it is popular in a lot of different computer programming programs and for different things, so feel free to check that out. And then I also create a function called createNode, which is going to return a pointer to a list node. So it's going to create a pointer to there. And the first thing I do in here is I just allocate some memory for my new node, which is a list node. I take the value that was passed in and I put the value there, and then I initialize next to null. Now I initialize next to null But actually, when I create this list node, I've already allocated memory. So even though this is pointing to null right now, there's a space in memory created for when I extend this list. And then I just return the new node. So the main logic is pretty simple. If there is no head or no head.next, I know that I either don't have any nodes or I don't have two nodes. And for me to do the GCD, I need at least two nodes because I can't find the GCD of two nodes if I only have one node. So the first thing I do after I check to make sure I have the number of nodes needed to actually perform this function, I store my head or a reference to my head inside the current. So just a pointer there. And then I initialize my next as null. And I did that here because I know that I'm going to be setting my next to current.next every single time in the beginning of this. So I was just like, whatever, I'll just initialize, I'll just declare this here, and then I'm gonna set that there. And then I basically just iterate. So while current is not equal to null and current.next is not equal to null, I know I have two nodes that I need to actually perform the GCD function. I set next to current.next. So I have my current and I have my current.next. And then I find out what the GCD is. So I run my GCD function with the value from my current node and the value from my next node. Store that right here. And then I create my node. I call this one just insert node because this is the node I'm going to be inserting in between both of them. And then I take the node that I just created and I set its pointer to current.next. So I set it to my next node. So now my insert node is pointing to the next node. And then I set current.next to my insert node. So now my current node is pointing to the one that I just inserted. So now the one that was current and the one that was next are on the left and the right. Well, my current is pointing to my insert node is pointing to my next node, so I just inserted a node in between the current and the next, and then I just set current equals next. So I take the pointer that's pointing to this current node, and now that current is pointing to the next node. So I skip over the current and the insert node, and now I'm pointing to the current, and then as long as that current that I just moved to has a next node, I run this function again, and if it does, then I point my next node equals current.next. So I have a new current and a new next in which I'm going to insert the GCD. And then I just return the head at the end. And that was good. That performed very well. And I'm building like a database of like reusable functions. So you can see in like data structures, linked list, I extracted out functionality that I might be using for future stuff. Like I might need to create a node in competitions in the future. And so this is functionality I need to create a node. And a node might include more than just a value. So I might have to modify this node for a competition, but I have like the basic functionality pre-built. And then same with like, I extracted out the GCD functionality. So I have that ready. So yeah, and then I have like bits, like basically as I work through these problems in C, I'm extracting out functionality that I could reuse for competition. So I recommend everyone do that because now I'm like, I could just think of, I feel like it's just easier for me to remember now that I'm actually building the database of concepts. But yeah, that is mine. So like I said, I started the medium problem from tonight, but I'm like, for some reason, my first array is pushing out like 40 trues and falses, and I think I'm only supposed to have 3, so I'm like, there's something wrong here. But yeah, does anyone have any questions on that one? Cool. Was anyone able to solve the medium one from today?
Yeah, I did that.
All right, let's check it out.
So let me share it. Let me know once you guys are able to see the screen.
Yes, I can see.
Yeah. So so the way, so I'm not sure if you guys have done the, like, went through the problem, but the problem tell you that you need to identify the arithmetic subarrays. So they have given us an array of integers, and they are like unsorted. They are not like sorted, randomly assigned integers, and they will always be, I think, yeah, they can be negative as well. Sorry, yeah. And then you are given two additional arrays. One is the left array and one is the right array. So what this mean is, this is, you could consider this as like a set of queries, like a set of questions which are user. So what the question is, every question will consist of a left index and a right index. So for example, the first query is L equal to 0 and R equal to 2. So we have to go in that order. So next query will be L equal to 0 and R equal to 3. So let's check the first query. What first query tells is, from if it's L equal to 0 and R equal to 2. So you need to go from, I just need to assign. Yeah. So you need to go from 0th index to second index. That is these three numbers. And you can arrange them in any order, like, but if you arrange them in particular order, you need to identify if they are arithmetic sequence. So what arithmetic sequence is basically, for example, this is 465. So what you can do is basically, if you sort them, so it would be 4, 5 and 6. So if you subtract every two adjacent numbers, which is 5 minus 4 and 6 minus 5, the difference should always be the same for all the numbers. And that's what we call as an arithmetic sequence. So for example, if you see 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So if for this 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, the difference is always 2. 3 minus 1, 5 minus 3, 7 minus 5, 9 minus 7. Similarly for this, the difference is always 0. You can do it for this as well. The difference is always 4. So that's what arithmetic sequence is. So you need to identify for every query, which is from 0 to 2 or 0 to 3, if that particular subarray, that set of range, is an arithmetic sequence or not. If it is an arithmetic sequence, then return true for this index, or else return false for this index. So for example, this 0, 2, which is these three numbers. So if you arrange them in a sorted order, you will get an arithmetic sequence. It is an arithmetic. So you need to return your result. First answer would be true. Now for the next query, which is 0, 3, which is from 4 to 9. So if you sort them, then you can see the arithmetic sequence is basically 5 minus 4, 6 minus 5, which is 1, 1, but 9 minus 6 is 3. So there is a difference. There is a different number, which is 3, which doesn't match with the other numbers. So that means this is not an arithmetic sequence. So you need to return false. So that's the problem. Like 2, 5 means like second index to fifth index is 5, 5 to 7. So what are the 5 to 7 numbers? Which is 5, 9, 3, 7. These four numbers. Now if you sort them, it would be 3, 5, 7, 9. So if you see the difference will be 2, 2, 2. Means it's an arithmetic sequence. So the answer you need to return is true. So this is the answer you need to return. That's it. Like you can see, true, false, true, true, false, true. So that's the problem. Now I kind of explained like the solution itself, that you need to basically sort it. So as you can see here, like the numbers, the queries is going to be like 500 query, like 5, n is like 500, and n is also nums of length. So n is like kind of 500, which is like not too much. The numbers are not going to be more than 500, and the queries are also not going to be more than 500. So it could go to like a bit higher complexity. You don't need to like make it super optimized like O of n. I'm not sure if O of n is possible, but what I did was I kind of did n square log n. That's my complexity. So like not n square log n, but it's like number of queries into the length of the numbers into log n. So this is my complexity. So what I'm doing is I'm basically going like brute force. It's very straightforward. Get these two pairs, like 0 to 2, get these two numbers, sort them, and then check the difference. If the difference is same, then return true, or else return false. That's it. That's the solution. Like, so you can see like I'm basically going through each number. This outer loop is that for each query basically. So since L and R both the arrays, these two arrays will always have the same length. You can get any one array length. So I got like L dot length, and then I'm basically copying those numbers from that index to the last index to a different temp array. I'm sorting that, and I'm checking the difference. And if the difference, like if there is even like one single wrong difference, then I'm returning valid equal to false, or else valid will always be true. I'm just using a boolean to keep track if I have found an arithmetic sequence or not. And then if valid is true means we have got an arithmetic sequence, then I'm adding true, else adding false, and then returning the result. That's it.
Nice. Does anyone have any questions on that one? I could imagine, I'm just thinking of like if this became a hard problem and you actually had to optimize for it, how would you do that? Just to test you.
So I thought about it. The problem is if you break down this brute force only, so the numbers you're getting is like, for example, 4, 6, and 5. So I was thinking like when you get like 4, 6, and 5, if you could like get the difference. So what would be the difference between 4 and 6? It is going to be 2. And what is the difference between 6 and 5? It is going to be 1. So when you see the difference between two numbers, it will always be like any two numbers, let's say, like any random two numbers, let's say, which is not sorted. Because if you sort, then it is easy. The problem is it's not sorted. So that's the problem. It's very difficult to get the arithmetic sequence. But let's say if you do like this 4, 6, 5, and 8 and 7, yeah, like this. So if you can see, if you sort them, it is going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is the difference is 1, right? Now, if you just calculate the difference between this unsorted array, it is going to be 2, 1, 3, and 1. So the smallest number is 1. Now, all the other numbers need to be multiple of the smallest number. If that's the case, then it would be a arithmetic sequence. That's what I thought. For example, like let's take another example. Let's say this is the combination 4, 6, 8, and 10. Now this is an arithmetic sequence because the difference is 2. Now let's just unsort it, like 8, 4, 6, and 10. Now what could be the difference? Like 8 minus 4, which is 4. 4 minus 6, which is 2. 6 minus 10, which is 4. Now 2 is the smallest number and all the other numbers are multiple of 2. So that's how, like, but still it's not like a robust solution. It will fail. Like it's not perfect.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if the 10 is a 12?
Yeah, it's not perfect. That's what I said. I
Yeah.
thought with this process, but like it's not working.
I was wondering if there was a way where you could have like a separate array, like create an array really quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, create an array the same size of the array that you were given, and just fill it with zeros.
With the same numbers.
No, just with zeros.
Okay, zeros.
0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then let's just say you check 0 to 2, 4, 6, 5, and you know that that's an arithmetic sequence, right? Can you just Yeah, can you just convert those zeros to ones so you know like, hey, this is this is true. Like this is gonna these three are gonna return true. Is there a way to do it with that? Yeah. So since the first one you do is just 0 through 2, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So
Like
convert
this.
that to 1, convert that to 1, and convert the next one to 1. Just so you know, like I checked this, and these return true.
Okay. Okay. Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one more way was like just like I don't know if you're saying this only, that 6 minus 4 is 2, 5 minus 6 minus 5 is 1, like the absolute difference.
No, no. I'm just using these as flags. Like either this has been proven to be an arithmetic sequence or not. If it has been proven to be an arithmetic sequence, you flip them to 1. If it hasn't been, then you keep them as 0. So if you ever encounter another range, like for example, you encounter the range 0 through 3,
Yeah. Okay.
then you
But
already
like
you already know that 0, 1, and 2 are an arithmetic sequence, so you only have to check that last digit against whatever. Yeah, so you'd need more information, but I'm thinking it's
yeah,
just
I mean like, but in that case the problem is like, how would you know that that number, that one integer which you have set true or false, it's part of which arithmetic sequence? Like, it could be part of the left side arithmetic
I
sequence, it
know,
could be part of the right.
yeah, yeah. That's the thing, right?
Yeah, so like that, I'm not sure if, but like if we store the difference, like if we store like the difference, I think this could help, because in this case, like 4 and this could be 0. Now let's say if I ask you from 0 to 2, which is from 0 to 2, so these numbers. Now, no, I think no, it won't work. Like, yeah, but the thing is, I feel like it would still go to like some kind of n square. It won't be done with O of n logic. Like queries into numbers. So adding this just log n is not going to affect anything. Like even if it's hard, I don't think this log n is going to affect. If it would have been n, then because log n is like the plot is like degrading. So like at one point it is going to be like stable. So it is not going to cause any memory issue or time limit.
Yeah, what is the length of n in this one? I forgot.
500.
500. Okay, so that's small. Yeah, you should be good with
I think
that.
there's a reason they gave it like 500, because that's the, otherwise they wouldn't have expected, like they would have expected like n solution, but it's, I think it's 500, so I think they are expecting like n square solution or like something related to n square.
Yeah. Cool. And it went through and worked and everything. It's good to go. It passed.
Yeah, it was.
Nice. Did anyone else solve this one? Nick, you got a Python solution for this one? Post it in the chat if you do. Unless you finally bought a mic. I gotta stop picking on Nick about not having a mic. Yeah, okay. Cool. Daniel said he'll be right back. I think Daniel told me that he had a solution to this one. So, yeah, I guess if no one else has a solution, we'll go ahead and... So for those who are like, all right, this is a little bit different than what we were doing before. It is. Let me just share my screen really quickly, just for those who are wondering what's going on here. We're sharing solutions. So every day, Monday through Thursday, I'm gonna post 4 problems: an easy, a medium, and 2 hards. The 2 hards that I post are going to be 2 hards from the previous week's competition, and then every day. If no one solves the medium, then I'll just post it the next day. But basically, you could come to this channel, the Problems of the Day channel, and you could find the problems that I posted. And that way, you don't have to... I know some people can't always make the event, and in that case, you can still get hands-on practice. And then also, you'll be able to complete solutions while you're not like in the middle of an event. Like, if you're free during the day for an hour or two, you'll have time. Whenever you have free time, you could solve the problems and then just share your solutions at night. And this is just a Monday through Thursday thing. So started it this week, and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Cool. Does anyone have any questions before we hop off? Or want to say anything?
Pretty good week so far. I'm liking this routine and flow, just all these events every day.
Same. What's your favorite one?
Probably the JavaScript.
JavaScript? Yeah, same. Same. I have a project I've been thinking of lately that I want to start building. I'm like, well, there's just so much going on. Remember the starter app that we were working on?
A long time ago, if I remember.
Yeah, back in the day.
Like months ago, or even farther back.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah, I've been building
Oh
on
man,
that.
that's such a long time ago.
I've been building on that idea for a little while. Just like having somewhere where, yeah, we'll talk about it another time. I think the world needs something like that. But
yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else working on anything fun?
Yeah, I'm trying to do a bit of machine learning stuff from my end. Like not machine learning, but more about like statistics to just understand the concept and like trying to see if I could like build some model on my own.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, you heard of gate analysis? I don't know if I've heard about gate analysis.
I've heard of it. What is it though?
So basically, uh, it's kind of like so when you like, so nowadays like when you go kind of like all under like across those security CCTV cameras and all, like they are not like so efficient now because you can hide your face. So face recognition is like not something like secure nowadays. Like you can wear a hoodie or like you can wear something on your face to kind of hide your face. So like it's not possible. So but like you if I don't know if you know this thing, but like every human has a unique walking style. So the way you walk is always unique than any other human being. Like you won't be able to see it with the naked eye, but like the length between your two foots, your foot length between your foot, like your the knee angle of your knee and all those like mathematical stuff. So there is a unique kind of stuff, unique. All these factors are unique for every human being. So I'm trying to kind of like understand them and see if I can build like a model.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, I'd worked on it like long back. Like I mean, during my first year of bachelor's, I would say like 2017, 16, 2017. But I did that, but I didn't take it forward because I was like interning for like a research organization, and then my mentor told me that I could take it like on my own to work because we couldn't complete it because we didn't have time. It was too complex, but like he told me that you can start. So I was like recently I thought about like starting it.
Gotcha. How's it coming so far? And where are you getting the data?
Yeah, so like the thing is like in terms of data, there are like some data sets which people have already like posted. Like people have built models like human posture. So it's kind of I don't know if you've heard about the term called as pre-trained model. So the pre-trained model is basically the model is already trained with certain data sets, which is basically can detect not like the entire gait analysis, but the human posture. So it can break your entire body into like sticks, basically bones or just the sticks. and that sticks are basically connected. It has some connected joints. So like knee would be like a connected dot
Oh
to
yeah,
two
I
sticks.
saw. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that data I can use to like further build over it, the model.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
That sounds cool. So you're able to use the existing data to kind of build that.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing it. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, it's actually like, I mean, I talked to like few of my professors as well, and they told that it's not easy. Actually, it's very difficult because a lot of people are still doing research. But I thought that I'll give a try, and I am in touch with my professors, so I can talk with them as well
Yeah,
about it.
that sounds really cool. How long is a project like this? Like how long before you get? It's just there's no deadline. It's just like you're doing your best to get something working. You're like a researcher, right?
Kind of, yeah. I'm trying to like, if I could like achieve something, then I might talk to my professor and like go to like submitting some kind of research paper as well. Probably, it's like it's like a remote possibility, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I want to try it at least because I mean people are trying, so it's not like perfect. Nothing in machine learning is perfect, so I would try see if I would be able to learn a lot as well about image processing and all. So let's see.
Yeah. So now, do you have? Would you wait until you realize like, oh wow, this is actually working, and then start I guess are you? Let me ask it in a different way. Are you collecting data in a way that makes writing a research paper when the time comes, if it comes easy, or will you have to adjust for that?
So the research paper I could only write if I have like credible results.
Yeah.
So if I don't get any, so I have to do everything like literally build a model and get results before like even thinking about putting a research paper.
So what I'm asking is like, when like a scientist is doing a study, they make their hypothesis, they explain all the different conditions, the controls, and they like they have a whole bunch of documentation before they even do the experiment. They do a ton of preparation. So are you doing that documentation and the hypothesis and like doing all that, or?
Yeah, I'm doing, I'm like not like, yeah, I'm doing some like, I'm not documentation, but I'm like keeping some notes, like some bookmarks and all to like research a bit about different papers, what they have come across or what they have proposed. So I'm trying to do that at least. I
Yeah,
am doing some
nice.
research. I'm not like making any documentation on my own yet, but I'm like keeping notes and like of or links of different papers and trying to like come up with like a good approach. So yeah.
How do you keep all that stuff organized, and like do you keep it organized in like a centralized location, or is it kind of just like how do you?
So I don't usually download the PDFs because most of the PDFs are like links. I mean like, so the thing is there are like a lot of research libraries. So you don't get like research papers for free actually. So all these platforms like ResearchGate and Science Direct, all these are like paid platforms. But I'm working for a research organization actually. So they have an account for the research papers, like not all but some. So I could like go and research. I can find those papers and go through it. I cannot download them. I can just see them. So I'm basically bookmarking them
Gotcha,
on the
gotcha.
browser.
Damn, so you have access to research papers we can't see, huh?
I mean, like, I have also published like couple of research papers, so I have like account, so I can see papers because I have published. I am an author for one of the papers.
Oh, nice. Send me the paper, dude. I want to read it, man. I got this.
It's
Yeah.
not like tech. It's basically more on UX actually.
That's
Like
fine though. I know you, man. My friend, she studies psychology and social sciences and that sort of thing, and she's like, she publishes papers too. And I'm always like, whenever you publish a new one, you gotta let me know right away. I need to read it first, just because I know you. That's so cool, man. Like I just want to read it to support. I found this
I
application this week called listening.io, and
okay.
basically what it does is you download a PDF off the internet. I use like Google Scholar, and I just search for like research papers I'm interested in, and then you upload the PDF to this app, and it has AI built into it that basically cuts out like It cuts out all the stuff that's not important. Like, I mean, not important, because like references are definitely important, and definitely like the names and the titles and the schools of this research that's important stuff, but it's just not important when I'm trying to just absorb the information about the study. And so I found this application this week, and I've been using it whenever I'm driving or on the road. Dude, I've absorbed 3 research papers in like 2 days, man. And I'm just like so excited about this, because normally when I read a research paper, I have to like sit down and read it. But now I'm like, man, I could just listen to it, and I'm loving it. I'm studying this dude, Paul Ekman, right now. He's one of the most published psychologists. He worked with like the Department of the Defense and the Dalai Lama, and like, yeah, he has a lot of good stuff just on like facial expressions and emotion and like deception detection and body language and all that stuff. So I'm like, he has so many papers though. He has like hundreds, dude. He's published so many papers. So I'm kind of just working through like his whole body of research right now.
Yeah, I am so where I'm working. So I'm currently working on an artificial intelligence proposal, like 2 proposals. So I'm going to submit them like by December end, and then if I could get like if our team could get a funding for that, then it would be great. It's going to be kind of an AI proposal, like for 2 of the projects, machine learning proposals.
That sounds cool, man. That's
So
exciting.
yeah, let's see. I'm trying to find like, so I didn't bookmark it, but it was I kind of like so our entire group did, and we basically presented in one of the conferences as well, that paper, the one which is published.
Yeah, nice. That's so cool. Yeah, if you come across it, man, definitely, I'd be interested in reading it. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. It's basically, uh, it's kind of like a virtual uh, courtroom, basically. Like all those law firms, like all the courtrooms, basically where all the cases happen, like Supreme Court and all.
Yeah.
So we basically proposed an idea to present a virtual courtroom. Like how exactly virtually you are going to kind of view an evidence and like analyze the evidence, and you will have that deliberation stage, you will have the jury stage. So it's kind of about that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's nice. I like that kind of stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's because of the COVID actually we came across that.
Yeah. Nick said, "Can you share the link?"
Yeah,
of the
I'm trying to
conference?"
find. Like I can actually sign into the ResearchGate profile and all. I haven't actually. I have not downloaded that paper. I should have had. I can download that paper, I think, but I'm trying to search. I'll put the link on the group once I get it.
Cool. Awesome, man. Looking forward to reading it.
It's not exactly a paper. It's more about like a poster, but there's a paper as well where we have also has like use cases and all. We talk to people, we get some use cases as surveys and as well from them to understand what they think about the UX design. So we have surveys and well, we have some graphs as well to analyze it. Everything is there. I'll check and give it to you.
Cool. Nice. Alrighty. Well, I'll let y'all hop off if no one else has any other questions or wants to chip in anything. And yeah, I will see y'all tomorrow. Enjoy your night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.